divine understanding. Everybody coming in, do the each one, teach one, hit the like button. Wordsmith. Oh, look at that. Let me correct this little typo. All right. Look that up real quick for you. Wordsmith. Smell Goods, SW. Everybody do the each one, teach one, hit the like button on the way in. Take a minute to share this on my other pages real quick. West Coast Wise. South 93rd. Man, what we talking about today? We talking about motivating beyond. Talking about motivating beyond the terrific speed of 1,037 and a third miles per hour. It's a little bit of, you turned this topic into a little bit of ism right there, Smell Goods. That's a little bit of that that DC-ism. This is a Hotep channel. You dropping that ism. Everybody do the each one teach one, hit that like button so we get the rest of the people up in here before we deal with this one right here. Well, let me put the link up in case anybody wants to add on. Somebody might have something to say. To add on to that topic. You know what I'm saying? Maybe I should change it to a question and pose it to the room. What that means to motivate at or beyond the terrific speed of 1,037 1/3 miles per hour. That's the link right there. King, what's the deal? We'd like to get into this topic of motivating beyond the terrific speed of 1,037 1/3 miles per hour. Universal 7. God, see. Couple brothers on the check-in. So West Coast Wild put a little input right here. Light and sound travel faster than that terrific speed of 1,037 1/3 miles per hour. So what they see and hear about you travels faster than what you're grounded in. I mean, that's related to what I was going to say. Anybody else want to add on? To how they see traveling at a terrific speed of 1,037 1/3. Hold on, we got somebody in the background here. Let's bring in Smell Goods. All right, you hear us? You You hear or smell goods? Then you gotta turn your sound on or something. Maybe my sound. One, two, 1, 2.
That's it. I'm muted. Yeah, that might be it. Peace, God.
Peace. What's the deal?
Yeah. No. What's the isms, God?
Dropped a little ism over here. Hold on. Let me back up.
Yeah, that's how I seen it for real. Like,
Did you say? I just built on not chasing the planets, however, shine the light upon them to continue my story.
now, yeah, my story part, my story. Nah, I seen it like that as far as the days degree to 1 to 40 or whatever, you know what I'm saying? Just and then, you know, about the topic being, you know, how fast the planet travel. And that's where I was applying it, you know, as far as chasing planets and whatnot, meeting multiple, you know what I mean, folks out here, whatever, or people, wisdoms, whatever. And not necessarily chasing it, you know what I mean? But at the same time, being the sun and shining light upon them. But now, what you mean the ism, though?
That's the Chocolate City ism right there.
I don't know, for real. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, yeah, that might be what it is.
King Supreme. But Shaquem just came in. But a couple people hit something on the head right here. SW said applying what you know to get out of 6. Huari Kusi, King Supreme, Shaquem right now. We just going around the room, whoever's in here right now, and seeing how you see that right there, motivating at or beyond a terrific speed of 1,037 and a third miles per hour.
Yeah, you was asking the room right there?
Yeah. Yes, there's some ism in 120 though.
Okay.
There's ism in the Bible.
Ism.
Yes, ism in the Bible, son.
All right, so when you say ism, like a certain subject, and then you put ism at the end of it.
That's W. Tell what the ism. Tell what the ism is.
Hold on, how you get the chat going?
Let's read. I think you gotta open the YouTube app and just look at it separately. That's how I see it. I don't. It might be another way, but I can't. I don't know.
Listen, you interacted. That's one of the best parts about the class and whatnot. Like I can just say that, you know what I mean? You interacted with the chat anyway, so all right. You know, peace to the chat and whatnot. And everybody know what time it is.
Yeah, see, Huari Kusi and 793rd, they know what the ism is.
Ism? What they got? What is that?
They put it in the chat room.
Oh shoot! So I do got to try to figure this thing out. I don't know. Oh shoot! COVID out this junk. You still rocking your mask, G?
I mean, I really only wear it when I'm going into stores that, like when I go into a store where it's necessary, then I rock it. But I never really got into wearing it.
Motivating, right? Motivating beyond and past. That's the topic. I mean, whew. Now ain't nobody in here, so that was just a little, you know. I said I was going to respect it. This second wave, third wave, whatever it was going to be, you know, in a different type of way by rocking this drum more, you know, like and just, you know, of course, staying away from large crowds. Now I still got to do the knowledge as you was talking, building on the other day, as far as being a part of that science fair experiment, you know what I mean? Like, and the study's still going on. So it's not like I'm saying, yeah, this is that. It's just like, just some, all right, doing the knowledge, part of doing the knowledge is respect. So I'm like, I'm a respecter right now, like in this form.
Yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong. It's places that I go where I'm like, yeah, you know, I need the mask in here around y'all cats. You know what I'm saying? But just in general, I don't know, you know what I'm saying?
I was like that. Not too long ago.
You're right, though. I just was seeing that they was saying in South Africa that they've been testing out, I guess it's a new vaccine, but it's not working too good. But in the article, they was talking about how it's not just a couple, like it's hundreds of variations floating around right now. You know what I'm saying?
That mutation type, yeah.
All right. So any one of them could just pop out and be dangerous, way more dangerous than the first one was. You see what I'm saying?
It's still going to come down to something that, yeah, definitely the class, you know what I'm saying, we've had before, and everybody, you know what I mean, not everybody, but those that know, you know, what it come down to is being healthy, strong, and in the light, you know, like, where I see it now. I mean, it may be some other circumstances, situations, but primarily that's the way I'm seeing it right now.
Yeah. As Reeves said, the spin of the earth has actually been slowing down for the past 50 years to 1,000 miles per hour. Since 2020, it's been speeding back up. I haven't heard about that phenomenon.
Slowing down, speeding back up.
That's interesting, though. But when we deal with, you waiting in the back too? Hold on. Let me bring up West Coast Wise.
Peace. All right. Put my mask back on. Somebody else could, you know. I mean, I ain't saying you got it, but if I got it, you got it. Yeah, like that? You like that? Nah, get the fuck out of here, man. Every yourself messing around.
Yeah. Hey.
That was a situation one time in the store, man. Like, I mean, you know, I gotta be patient and be mindful. It's one of the books I'm reading and whatnot now, a little mindfulness challenge and whatnot. But yeah, you know, somebody told me to back. It only happened once. Somebody told me to back up. Like, oh man, back up. Like what? Hey man, look, I ain't got that shit. I mean, I ain't got that, man. Like, get out of here, man. Like, oh yeah. It's like, man, look, they got signs on the floor. I'm standing on the slime, man. Like, you know what I mean? What do you want? You know, it can start some stuff. People take it a little too far, taking it in their own hand.
I had a situation similar to that, but it wasn't. It was like the one lady, like she's talking, but like everybody's trying to tell her, like, yo, look, lady, man, if you go stand where you're supposed to stand, you don't got to worry about what we do.
But yeah, just want to stay there and keep.
Yeah, you know, you ain't supposed to be over here. Over there where you supposed to be,
right?
You know what I'm saying? But it wasn't even me that told her. Like it was this other, it was another, like an older lady where she was like, yo, man, who you think you talking to, man? Go stand where you supposed to stand.
That's crazy.
Man. But getting down to motivating beyond a terrific speed of 1,037 and 30 miles per hour. You know what I'm saying? Now, first of all, does everybody see what 1,037 and 1/3? What does that born?
God, you adding the fraction as well?
Indeed.
Or keeping it the same way and added it on?
Yeah, you got to add all the numbers.
Yeah. 15. Hey. I'm one of the mumblers in class, you know what I mean? When I'm reading and whatnot, I kind of mumble out loud. So that's the way I deal with quality in class. Like, they ain't cheating. I was just mumbling.
Now the 1037 and the 1/3. Supreme Justice said Supreme Justice got it. He said 6. You got 1, 3, 7, 1, and 3. So that borns to 6, right? And so we know that 1037 and a third, right? And when we calculate that with the 24,896 miles in circumference of the planet Earth, right? Then that's how we deal with time, right? That's how we calculate the 24 hours in a day, right?
Yeah.
But on the clock, which number is God?
No.
I'm really wrong. The seven is God.
Yeah,
but I'm saying, what number are we on the clock?
We went over this before. You've asked it several times before.
Does anybody recall what number we are on the clock?
Yeah, I ain't gonna shout this one out, you know.
Anyone in the room? What number are we on the clock? Exactly. We not on the clock. We the 13. You understand what I'm saying? So see, in order to start off, to make it clear, right? In order to travel beyond the 1,037 and a third miles per hour, you got to be God that masters the science of 6.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? See, don't get me wrong. There's nothing wrong with that. We all got to do it on our way coming up in this knowledge. You understand? But see, once you get beyond the level of experimenting with the high explosives, and you a master of the realm of 6, see, now you're not trapped in time. You're not trapped in what everybody else is doing. See, because Allah come in his own good time, right? But are you the master of that time? Or are you caught up in that time? Or like somebody put in the comments, so you might have said it smelled good when you came on, you know what I'm saying? Are you trapped in your past? You understand what I'm saying? Some people is caught up in a moment that happened decades ago because they're not the master of the equality of right now.
See that?
You understand what I'm saying? See now, when we look, hold on, somebody's in the background. Let me let them in the room here. Oh, this is West Coast Wise. What happened?
It was no.
West Coast Wise keep dropping in and out. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? See, this peace. All right, Wise just got in. But this is how we move beyond traveling at 1,037 and a third miles per hour. See, because all these things, what they telling you about, they telling you about 6, right? Divine understanding, right and exact. It's true our master equality. And see, with true our master equality, what you dealing with? You dealing with events. Dealing with events that occur, right, in a linear pattern. Meaning, you can't be doing, you can't be here and over there at the same time. Physically. You understand what I'm saying? Because the body can't go past 6.
There are limitations.
You understand what I'm saying? But now in the mind, or even using mental power. See, like right now, this internet, right? This is something that came about from mental power.
Before it was made manifest me.
Yeah. The internet is not necessarily a physical thing. There's physical hardware and everything that facilitates the internet. But the internet came from an idea. Everything comes from ideas, but I'm saying this is an idea that, we could put a date on that. See, now through the internet, I could broadcast on Facebook, I could broadcast on YouTube, I could broadcast in West Coast Wise, I could broadcast in the DMV with Supreme Justice. And see, that's just the knowledge and wisdom. See, physically, I can't do that. Son of Solomon said the only way I see to go beyond 1037 is by way of smoking them trees. Phil G said, oh, just about to take it to the internet. Supreme Justice said, it's like trying to serve 2 masters. It's only one, and that's me. And the Akbar voice.
Smoking them trees, huh?
That's
the only way.
There he is. Peace.
Son of Solomon, you must have just came in. You see, what we just discussed probably before you came in is that in order to travel beyond 1037 and a third miles per hour, right? You got to be the master of equality. See, because everybody else, they just live in their time. They caught up in the times and the signs of the times.
Right there. Or whatever. Yep.
But when we base our history, what we base our history on?
25. Oh, yeah.
Right. Exactly. We base our history on 25. You see what I'm saying? See, everybody else, they caught up in the time that's right now.
20.
They can see and hear, look, even people that's wise, they can see and hear the things that's around them. You see, like West Coast Wise said earlier, right? Light and sound travel faster than 1037 and third miles per hour. So what I'm telling you, the way you deal with knowledge and wisdom, right, can make you escape from the gravitational pull. See, all these things that it's telling you, just like when you deal with the 6, right? Mastering equality. How you going to uphold the 6 sextillion tons if you caught up in the 6? See, how you caught up in the 6 is if you don't understand the science of knowledge and wisdom, you get caught up in the science of what? Wisdom, knowledge, a unit followed by wisdom, knowledge, ciphers.
Indeed, and you become added to that 6 sextillion tons, that weight. Instead of carrying it, you also become a part of that weight.
See what I'm saying? Because you only caught up in the 6.
Make it worse.
So see, mastering the sciences that we dealing with. See, that's the difference between a person, like, look, a person can learn about but when you really exactly, Supreme Justice, That's the science of today's degree. The science of really being God. You understand what I'm saying? See, that's the science of being able to control, right, what's going on around you, with what's going on inside you, instead of what's going on around you controlling what's going on inside you.
Parse out, G.
Yeah.
Is that what what you just said is what I'm thinking Allah World Manifest was saying the other day. I was being respectful first. Controlling what's going on inside you instead of whatever's going on around. I don't know. I don't want to speak for him. But that's the way I saw what he was saying. The same thing you were saying.
Yeah, but see, he don't know how to do it.
Application.
That's the thing. See, it takes them out to 5%. They ask you a question, that don't mean necessarily you wrong. It's seeing if you know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
You don't know
you gotta be right, not only right, but exact.
Yeah. And see, if you don't know what you're talking about, right, then that's when you're dealing with being caught up. You just caught up in the science, whatever's the equality of what somebody said. You understand what I'm saying? See, like I said, look, it don't matter if Allah said it. If you can't show and prove that it's right in this day and time, don't be saying it.
Okay, now I've seen somebody else building on that too. Yeah.
Other than that, you still dealing with the religion.
Yep, really.
If you just want to say, you know, the honorable Father Allah teaches us, that's what you might as well be saying. If you can't show and prove it for yourself in this day and time, otherwise you're getting caught up in the cult of personality, where everything depends on one person. See, see, look, if you made it to 42, right? If you made it to 42, then you know, you can't fit 42 pounds inside a 41-pound bag.
It's gonna be some extra, yeah.
Allah, he made it to 41. So all right, for the first 41 years, maybe you could just say what he said. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
What happens when you get to 42? Now what you're going to say, like it's certain things that, listen, Allah never had that experience. And now what did Allah teach, right, about grandkids? And that's not to say he didn't have the wisdom to speak on it, but what was his teachings on that? You see what I'm saying? See, you're going to have to master equality for yourself. See, that's a part of mastering equality too. Or of just being caught up in the 6, because you can be real good at the 6. There's some people that never really made it to 7. They just made it to the good equality. And the good equality felt so good, they thought it was 7. But you still was caught up in the time. So this is why, look, see, some people, they master equality, right? And then what happens? People recall their name. You see what I mean? Like, see, Martin Luther King, he mastered equality.
Yeah.
That's why after he's gone, the equality that he was dealing with. You understand what I'm saying? That's why after he's gone, throughout time, we still know who he is.
Mastered it.
But that comes from what he manifested, you know what I'm saying, during the time that he dealt with life. And if what you manifest at the time when you manifest in life is so powerful, then you can't what?
Die.
You understand what I'm saying?
Okay, I see. Yeah, people still, yeah.
You see what I'm saying? When through your wisdom, they can see your knowledge, and through your knowledge, they'll see your wisdom. Supreme Justice said a wise man once said that if you have to teach someone to observe, they won't observe. Supreme mathematics is internal, then external. If one doesn't see it in themselves, they won't have the swift change in their cipher. They probably won't ever have a change in their cipher.
They won't have, yeah.
All you would be doing is
what the Joneses do.
You would be changing. See, you see a person coming to the knowledge, right? And they just do that. See, they take themselves out of religion, like they took themselves out of the religion of Christianity, but they didn't take the religion out of themselves.
Holding on and attaching and looking and not really, yeah.
Whatever the next thing you deal with, you still going to deal with it in a religious fashion. Just like we said, some people, they deal with science in a religious fashion. Like if you're scared, you know what I'm saying, and you taking the vaccine because you're scared, you don't know what else to do, that's one thing. But see, if you taking the vaccine because you're confident in these people that have been wrong every step of the way. Now, you don't got to close the city. Yeah, you got to lock everything down. Now, mask ain't going to help nothing. Mask is mandatory. Yo, we had this thing licked by this day. Yo, it's going to be going for 7 years. They haven't been right one time. See, every single person that we know, all the great scientists, right, have had to revise their theories. You understand what I'm saying? Not because to say that is negative. I'm just saying that knowledge is infinite.
It's a part of, getting it right.
You understand what I'm saying? So, when people, continue to question, because that's how you're going to gain knowledge, right? These are you continue to observe, because knowledge is infinite. Then you see that whether it's Newton, whether it's Einstein, Stephen J. Hawking, you know what I'm saying? They've all had to look back at their theories based on what we know now and draw it up to a high extent. But see, if you just confident, like science has never been wrong or could never be wrong, or that science might manifest something that is not right for you in your particular situation. Meaning like penicillin is a lifesaver, right? There's people whose lives have been saved by penicillin. At the same time, there's people who are allergic to penicillin.
Yeah, like my pops.
You see what I'm saying? So if you just saying, well, nah, the scientists, like if your pops just refuse to listen to his reality and just say, well, nah, the scientist said this will save your life.
Bad outcome.
This is right. So this is why you got to be able to show and prove all these sciences for yourself. You know what I mean? Because otherwise, no matter what you deal with, you could be dealing with something real. Like a person can see the internet, right? Like if you bring a person from a religious place and time, let's say, let's lift the rules for a second and say, hypothetically, you brought a religious person, they might come right now and say, yo, man, what are you doing talking to those evil spirits in the computer screen, man? What's going on with that?
Salem witch trials all over
right,
again.
What manner of witchcraft is this? You see what I'm saying? Even though we know the reality of this.
Of it, yeah.
You know what I mean? Look, the rain is real.
Rain is real.
But it's people who deal with it religiously.
And won't just, yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? Because the religion is in them. The religion is not in the rain. But if you don't take the religion out of you, you can look at anything religiously, including these lessons, including supreme mathematics, including the actual history of what occurred. You could begin to look at that religiously.
Okay. Is that where you was going with the isms? Is that where you were going with the isms?
They put it there earlier what the isms is.
Oh, okay.
This is a Hotep check.
Pause that. What? I don't know.
You know what I'm saying?
Nah, man, I ain't gonna say it. Yeah.
But this is the things now we're saying to bring it to bring it even more to a point, right? Is that in order to do that, right, you got to make knowledge go to born in the, not just talking. What I'm saying that you got to complete the sciences that you're dealing with. See, a lot of people, they start off good in whatever their endeavors is. The one thing about Yakub, you know what I'm saying, he got his particular individual story that he's dealing with, but it's telling you about being successful.
Yeah, he followed. They did what he said. I mean, because of the type of way, yeah, but they did what he said. They was already followed.
Right. So what that means
is what he said, and then if you don't, yeah.
See, that means that you gotta live out your thought and that you gotta have a determined idea.
See it through.
You know what I mean? Because if you don't have a determined idea, then what happens is you never make it to captain. And what degree is that?
Knowledge, understanding.
Knowledge, understanding. There goes that master again. You understand what I'm saying? So you never make it to be a captain in the army and master that equality, because it's telling you about the captain, lieutenant, and private soldiers, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's the knowledge, wisdom, and understanding, right?
Mm-hmm.
What knowledge, wisdom, and understanding borns? Equality. To see you master the science that you started out, we all started out as a private soldier and everything that we doing. Then when you master that science, you could be a captain. You could be the one that gives the orders, right? Because right now, in the Civil War, right, if I ask you, name every soldier, you don't know that. But you know General Grant. You know the people who was giving the orders. Those are people who names and deeds live on beyond just the time that they exist in. You understand what I'm saying? See, if you caught up in the equality, everybody's traveling at 1,037 and third miles per hour. The reason why I ain't caught up in what they doing, because I'm moving faster than them. See, the trials and tribulations that hit them, it don't hit me. Because I already seen that coming.
Yeah, thinking ahead.
Indeed. Do you think, as far as, the titles, captain, you think people can get caught up in there and not go to general?
Well, me personally, I'm the king. So, that even with that science, you know what I mean? Because see, all those people, they got their particular part of the society that they deal with. You understand what I'm saying? They got their particular part of the society. But see, as the king, you got to deal with all the parts of the society, not just the military aspect.
Indeed. Because in the knowledge culture, it says, in general. So, indeed.
In general, how to act at home and abroad.
Indeed. You got captain, lieutenant. Don't forget that general.
Yeah, I mean, well, you know how when you're dealing with in the NOI, the highest rank that I've heard of is captain.
I got you. Yep, I got you.
That's right. You go at the captain, then you get the what, minister, right?
Student ministers and yep.
Elijah.
Yeah. National representative and then Elijah.
So they got all those ranks, But what that's telling you is in every individual thing that you're dealing with. You know what I'm saying? When you go from being a student to being a teacher, you understand what I'm saying? That's when you've mastered the equality to that level.
I'm trying to think of parts of it.
Yeah, what you was gonna say?
Now I was trying to think of a way to relate that to, you know, young brother I'm building with, young guy I'm building with, he child and whatnot, you know what I mean? But dealing with respecting his parents and whatnot, you know, watching his mouth. I mean, I'm not in that, you know, home or whatever, but it's in the same way of understanding when it comes to the time where you'll be able to speak your mind and you know, in a way that you choose. Right now, you gotta choose your words more wisely. You know,
until he mastered equality.
How old is his young brother?
Yes. What you say?
How old is the young brother?
9.
Okay.
Yeah. You know, you try to stretch out, growing, you know, hand the arms, you know, starting to smell yourself a little bit, listening, taking in things from everybody and whatnot, and then you want to try to stretch out on those that you can stretch out on, like, not understanding why they're telling you, you know, hush up, leave, you gotta go, you talking too much, you know, watch your mouth, you can't say that, you know, he said it, you can't say it.
He got to master the equality of food, clothing, and shelter. Then you can go in your house and talk how you want to talk.
Yes, okay, then, yeah.
True indeed, yeah.
Right now, you ain't master equality, right? So now the price that you're gonna have to pay for the insubordination.
Yeah, he hasn't even got through his first cipher yet. So
if you notice, what it tells you in that degree that the private soldiers do. It tells you that the duty of a captain is to give orders, right? The lieutenant's duty is to teach and also train. What's the soldier's duty? Soldier's duty is whatever the captain and the lieutenant say his duty is. You don't do the teaching. You don't do the giving orders.
That part, see, that part is hard. That part is difficult. I remember that part as a youngin' though. See, like having to learn that lesson. It's not hard. I mean, it's difficult when you. Well, it was difficult for me to learn it. You know what I mean? I think you said something about that the other day about who you would listen to and whatnot. Yeah.
But you know, it's one of them things. You know, where one thing I seen is that learning is impossible. It's impossible to avoid.
You gonna learn. You gonna learn.
It's impossible to avoid. The difference, what really changes is how long it takes you to learn.
Mm-hmm.
You know, old people just say, you gonna learn today?
Might not be today.
Yeah. See what I'm saying? Everybody, you're gonna end up learning. Like, that's something that I seen. I just seen that dealing with society, man. But after I figured out that, society got certain rules.
Mm-hmm.
And if you don't learn them, they got places for people that don't.
That part.
And you're going to learn those rules to the extreme in that place.
Exactly.
Because you're gonna definitely learn respect.
You see what
and you better not go in there with certain charges, because You
see, all these things, when you start to deal with older people, like a lot of people that if you had the knowledge for a certain period of time, right, you would see that people in your family, right, they start to bear witness to at least some things after a while.
Mm-hmm.
If it ain't nothing more, you've been telling them, stop eating this, stop eating this, stop eating this. Then they get sick and they hit you back. Yeah, I eat like you now, man. I don't eat this no more. Yeah, my heart and all this. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
True indeed. It's a slow process, but they do it.
Yeah, things that they learn about life and death, where you see that when they get older, motherfuckers realize, man, I ain't scared to die, man. You know what I mean? I'm just doing my thing right now. And all people would tell you, like, I'm just waiting for Jesus to come and get me. In the meantime, I'm doing what I'm doing. You see what I'm saying? The difference that people start to learn over the time, you can't really avoid it. You know what I'm saying? Now, don't get me wrong. You got some people that, you know, they return to the essence in the midst of learning that stuff.
Yeah, my folks.
But in the amount of time, see, what it's telling you is that this is the wisdom that grows over the history of Islam. See, that's one of the reasons when I say history of Islam, I ain't talking about the Asiatic calendar. I'm just talking about over the history of a person's life. Where you be, you know, a person to start seeing, yo, you know what? Certain things right here was an illusion.
Mm-hmm.
You understand what I'm saying? You know, Queen Justice said that's dealing with the meaning of civilization being a law-abiding citizen. You know what I'm saying? You know, but that's
a slippery slope.
Yeah.
What that
slavery was, you know, Jim Crow was law, slavery was legal, like slippery slope.
Right.
You know, the first law that we gotta follow is supreme mathematics. You know what I'm saying? But we respect the laws of whatever land that we in. You know what I'm saying? And sometimes respecting them means, look, I'm just not going to deal with that, whatever that is. You know what I'm saying? Like if that's the rules over there, all right, I'll stay away from over there.
Indeed,
you know what I'm saying? You know, where when you're younger, you like, man, fuck that. Go over there, fuck their rules. They gonna say. You understand what I mean?
Yeah.
But over time, you start seeing that, yo, you know what? All I'm really doing is causing trouble for myself. You see what I'm saying? Because you think you causing trouble for that person, but you're the one that's dealing with the trials and tribulations with them.
Yeah. Instead of just being to yourself.
With you being like a CEO. Let me tell you something. Yakub ain't built no prison house for no people. I ain't built no prison housing either. See, if you fuck around me, look, the penalty, you know, we got one penalty that everybody know. Look, I got another penalty that if you don't want to take it to that level, look, get away from me.
What everybody know? I mean, I don't know. I ain't trying, you know.
No, well in the wisdom build degree. I mean, probably the wisdom born degree. When it tells you Yakub did not build no prison houses for his people. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? And what the penalty was when one fell to the law. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I see.
Now, you know, my penalty, look, get away from me, man. You know what I mean? Because that's what the knowledge degree tells you. That look, if it ain't gonna be no peace with you person, then you preserve the best part for yourself and put them out on the worst part in front of the jump. That's what that degree is telling you. You go over there, I'm stay over here.
Which degree you said? The knowledge degree in what?
Knowledge degree in 1 to 14.
Oh, true indeed. Yeah.
You see what I mean? You stay over there, I'm stay over here. I'm not gonna come. Everybody play their position after that.
Yeah.
So,
see what I mean? Because you already know it's not gonna be no peace amongst y'all. See, this idea that I'm gonna lock you up. See, because when I lock you up, right, that's a penalty for me too. See, let's go into the story, right, of the 4th degree, right? Who was the individual? Who was the ones that had to run the devil over the hot Arabian desert?
We.
Yeah, but out of we, who in specific?
Oh, that's what the guy was just saying.
The people who fell a victim to the lies.
Now you gotta clean it up.
You know what I mean? So now
and he had to stay over there too.
Right. You had to stay over there. Exactly. You had to stay 2,200 miles away too.
guard that.
You see what I'm saying? So see, that's just like when you're dealing with like a CO. Yeah, you get to go home, but you got to go to jail every day.
Oh, I heard that before.
They got to go to listen, man. No matter what of a game you in on, son. When you in, you in. You understand what I'm saying? Mean like you could deal with drugs, right? No matter if you selling or if you dealing, son, you on drugs. You may don't want to accept it like that, but whenever you get involved with, you still you the other side, but it's still the same coin.
Yeah.
Just see, I don't got no time to be imprisoning you and watching you. Just stay away from me, man. And if you can't stay away from me, right, then we have to take it to the penalty.
Yeah, because the COs experience a lot of the same stuff that the prisoners do.
Yeah, they do.
They have PTSD.
They get stabbed. They
shit thrown on them.
Yeah.
You know,
they get the same thing, man.
Yeah.
It's like no.
And the prisoners join up against, the officers, so the CO. So
the officers join up against the prisoners.
Indeed. Yeah.
You know what I mean? So a lot of your experience is still the same experience. Yeah, you get a little break. Every look, you get an 8-hour break because you're still dealing with the same thing. You're dealing with, look, you gotta go to work at 8 hours, you do your 8 hours of recreation, and then you better get your rest human being there.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why, for me, I don't build no prison houses for no people. And you know the worst place you could build a prison house for a person? Everybody do the each one teach one, hit the like button. Does anybody know the very worst place you could build a prison house for a person?
In your mind.
In your mind. See, because you have to actually devote some of your mental energy to even recalling why you got this person locked up in your mind. You gotta, that's a, like, you know how, like, yo, it's somebody that you had a problem with, and then you can't even recall what the thing was.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? See, for you to keep that in your mind every day, that takes up some of the mental energy that you need to be using as your creative power.
Yeah.
See, that's why motherfuckers who just haters, they never accomplish nothing, son. Because so much of their mental energy is tied up with hating somebody. Like, you got to recall that shit, man.
Yeah. Like that part about telling a lie and remembering whatever lie you told.
Yeah, you got to nurture that. You got to nurture that hate the same way you got to nurture love.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying?
Stoke the fires. Make sure it has air. Make sure it has something to eat.
See,
it's eating you.
Yeah, if your moms don't take care of you and nurture you, the bond that y'all have is going to be diminished, maybe even broken. See, naturally, when you come out the womb, you already got a bond with your mom.
It's right there the whole time. Yeah.
You see, if she don't nurture that bond can be diminished or broken. The same thing work with hate. Where it's stuff that dudes did to me in elementary school. That at that moment, you know what I'm saying, I hated them. Listen, we had a world of beef fighting back and forth for 2 weeks over that. But look, if I see that person right now, I'll be like, oh shit, man, what's up, man? Yo, remember that time we was fighting for like 2 weeks?
Yeah.
Yes,
I had that same experience.
You can laugh with people who you once had a signs with because you didn't nurture that hate. But if you just sat there every day with their picture on the wall, yeah, man, fuck this motherfucker, man. You just listen. You playing darts with their face as the bullseye.
Mm-hmm.
You got a scrapbook where you just, you holding that grudge. You know what I'm saying? That's a thing you actually got to do, man. Like, trust, you know what I'm saying? Being a hater ain't easy, man. Like,
Is that close to the
you
size of sticking pins? Sticking pins in the little,
Yeah, but yeah, you sticking pins, but you sticking them in your own mind.
Yeah.
See, that's the problem with that. See, just like you could use the because that's what emotion is. Emotion is a force that have a certain power. You know what I'm saying? Like love is a force that have a certain cohesive power to bring people together. You understand what I'm saying? But if you don't put no energy into that force, it's not gonna have no impact.
Show me love.
You understand what
Show
I'm
me love. Yeah.
That's when a person you're not mastering equality. See, in that sense that we just talking about in that example, right? The equality is your emotions. You got too much equality in your emotion, right? To move faster than 1,037 and a third.
Mm-hmm. So what's going on right there at that time, that situation. Yeah.
And now you caught up in that for years, months, and days. You never was able to accomplish nothing because you was caught up in that emotion.
Shake it off, right?
You know what I'm saying? Or you not, something happens. Like you ever know that person, right? That's like, yo, like this one thing, like you got into one problem with this person, right? But then the person, they got a business proposition where you could make $100 million. If the person is so caught up in this thing, what happened that how they say you cut off your nose to spite your face.
Yeah, right. Don't bite the hand that feeds you. What is that? It too?
Well, that's another level. You know what I'm saying? But I'm just talking about I've seen people that allow a small thing. And don't get me wrong, there's some principles that must be upheld. You know what I'm saying? At all costs. There's a lot of other things that people like. Look, even the 85%, the gang dudes even have a saying right now, where they said, "Listen, man, don't let this person trick you off the streets."
Yeah.
Like if you got a beef with this dude, but it's not really that serious, like y'all just beefing on Facebook, and you about to do something that's gonna cost you your freedom. Like, nah, son, you gotta look at the bigger picture.
Oh, that's don't see the forest for the trees. My old dad used to say that.
You see what I'm saying?
He said that all the time. I ain't get it until a little while. Yeah, I got
It's,
older.
it's better to just put somebody on Neptune or Pluto.
You see what I'm
Just
saying?
leave them there.
Mm-hmm.
People, if you got too much equality in your emotion, you be caught up, right? And allow that to happen. Now you be subject, right, as a part of the 6 sextillion tons.
Yeah, that's a little too much.
District 120, I'm going through that right now. I mean, it's always people like that because they don't understand that, all of these different things is things, every thing that you do, you know what I'm saying, during the day, like how like you counting numbers and somebody start counting random numbers.
Mess you up?
Yeah. See what I'm saying? See, that's just to show you that, your brain, you got to lock in on things, man.
Yeah.
Lock in on things that on that. So if you locked in and focused on hate, you know what I'm saying? Like you come outside, you see motherfucker, yeah, they go that nigga over there.
Yeah, that type.
That nigga, man. See, what was you thinking during that time? What was you thinking that was positive about the stuff you gotta do?
Let it go. You let it go and start hating.
See, that's the time you think of your history.
Yeah, well, you wasn't thinking anything positive.
You see what I'm saying? See, this is one of the ways that people don't master equality. So now you just caught up in the rotation. You see what I'm saying? Because
okay.
what is the rotation called? What is the rotation called? I mean,
Gravitation.
the rotation is called gravitation, and because of the gravitation, the wisdom could never drop, could never be drawn up above what?
6 miles.
6. Yeah.
Above 6.
Mm-hmm.
See what I'm saying? So see, that's the importance of being able to motivate beyond the speed of 1,037 and a third miles per hour. Otherwise, you can't escape the gravitation.
Yeah, you're right up in it. I see that. Woo, yeah, you're gonna be pulled. Yeah, you're gonna be pulled right back into it. Keeps pulling me back in. There's some shit I'm thinking.
So see,
Something I'm thinking.
Instead of being the foundation of the sun, you on your way around the sun.
Indeed.
Let me turn the volume up.
You know what I'm saying? And that's what I see a person like that, you know, you say shit to them, you get caught up in the what? Currents of what? Emotion.
Yeah, whatever they want to end. Yeah.
If somebody don't speak to them in a warm current, right? They don't know how to respond.
Mm-hmm.
See what I mean? For some people, if you don't speak to them in a cold current, they don't know how to respond.
Ooh, boy, that's a jump. Yeah, that's takes some getting used to right there. Like.
Yeah.
So then,
people like that, you can't tell them now. You can't just say, "Yo, could you pardon me, please? Could you?" So some people they don't know how to act when you talk like that.
I thought you were talking about in a greeting.
Yeah, in the greeting too. You got people like that look. If you don't speak to them in the cold current, they think you a Vic.
So what you mean? Like what you got? Like some old, yeah.
You see what I'm saying? If you don't come a certain way, they like, yo, yeah, this person right here, we take it.
Yeah. What you
so then how would you see the science of light traveling at the rate of 186,000 miles per second? It also born in 6. Is that a different one, or how do you see that?
Well, that light is the physical light.
Mm-hmm.
See, the only light that can travel all over and don't never dissipate or nothing. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, when you shine a flashlight, there's a limitation of what be illuminated with that flashlight.
Indeed.
See, this knowledge right here, right, is the only thing that travels all over.
Look at that. Well, look at here.
Indeed.
So see, even with that, right, we transcend all of that. That's just a representation of a certain frequency of thought. You know what I'm saying? You know, everything around us is. You know what I'm saying? But you know, that's a certain frequency of thought that's manifested here. You know, solid, liquids, and gases. These are all frequencies of thought that's manifested right here. You know what I'm saying? You know, even going into the science of, you know, what an atom is. You know what I'm saying? In terms of, you know, each substance that you're dealing with, right? The atomic weight and all of these different things. It says here, my internet connection is unstable.
Oh, snap. Pause. Yeah, pause.
You did.
But when you deal with all of these different things, the different, you know, amounts, the way that the different, the different atoms is created. You know what I'm saying? Dealing with the atomic weights and all of these things, all of that's a certain frequency that something exists on.
It can be measured.
Eternal Son-in-Law said, and that light is originally black as well.
Yeah, he talking about the knowledge. You know what I'm saying? But when you deal with a photon, you know, that's what the photon is. You know what I'm saying? When an electron start traveling faster, right? It starts traveling faster than it naturally travels as a part of that atom, right? And then as it slows back down, right, to, you know, what speed is naturally supposed to travel, it emits a photon. And the photon is what travels to us that we perceive as light. Spot.
Physical light, okay. Photons, electron.
What's going on, Mr. Spot? District 120 said, hold on. Oh yeah, District 120 said, I'm telling you, I'm going through that right now. Got my family member on one. He's still mad, and I'm off that. He mad I pointed out his filthy affairs in regards to a project he was supposed to collab with me on. It's crazy, even when you let it go, the guilty party can't because they've been exposed. Exactly.
Yeah.
Caught up in the limitation of, like you said, his filthy ways. You see what I'm saying? So now, you know, look, if it's gonna be look, this is how it works. If it's gonna be a family function, see, his mind is already caught up in that before he even get there. Bet that nigga District 120 gonna be there talking that. Yeah, I don't even want to see this nigga, man. I shouldn't even go see. His mind is somewhere totally else, caught up. You understand what I'm saying? Because he mastered equality in his motion.
Who all gonna be there? Oh, he District? Nah, I'm
Yeah,
good.
yo, who all gonna be there?
That's how hate works, man. That's how hate works.
Yeah.
Like motherfuckers that do hater shit, they gotta prepare to do that.
Ooh-wee.
Just like when you go to work, you gotta put whatever clothes you're gonna wear on. You gotta get your car keys, you know, with all the things that you need to go to work. A person who hate, they gotta do all the same things to go hate.
That also reminds me of something that me and Supreme Understanding was building when he was out here, and he was talking about some, you know, when a brother is homeless and he chooses to be homeless, sometimes it's because that's his own justice and he feels bad about what he did, so now he got to punish himself. You see, so he also get caught into that.
Yeah. You know, but you know, right now that's just at least in New York, you know what I'm saying? But you know, one thing about New York, we do have a lot of people like that. We got a lot of people that's from places like Seattle and Oregon and all these places, and they come out here and live on the street. Yeah. Their family be having money and everything.
Yeah.
But they'd rather live on the street out here.
I guess y'all got nicer streets than we do out here.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's it's New York and LA got the most benefits of everywhere else. Like things that you know the city do. Like right now, they got the homeless people. They put them in the luxury hotels. Like that's a
Oh, word? Oh,
Yeah.
we got little tent cities over here, so yeah, that's probably why they left.
Right. See, now they come here, right? If they was in the shelter when the coronavirus hit, right?
That's right.
Because of the crowding, they put them in the luxury hotels. Now, what's wild is this though. A lot of the people that's doing the complaining, I ain't gonna say a lot of them, but a certain amount of them is gentrifiers.
Mm.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So now what happened is, especially because you got the coronavirus, a lot of these hotels, they're not making no money because there's no tourism.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why they prepared to take the government contract to, let the homeless people in. See, other cities ain't going to do that. You know what I'm saying? So that's why people come to New York. Like you got people right from New Jersey that they come to New York and get on welfare in New York because it with the welfare that you get from New York, you live good in Jersey.
Ooh.
So they come out here, they get an address, and then they go back to Jersey. Whenever the checks come out, the whole streets is full of people from Newark and Jersey City.
Yeah, man, you giving everybody all the blueprints, man.
Oh, geez.
Hey, look, man,
They-
I wouldn't give a fuck if everybody get on welfare and crash them motherfucker.
Yeah. You feel me? I mean, you heard?
It don't really make me no difference. You understand what I'm saying? But Mr. Spot, what did you say here? The government. You said that's the government who's preparing to hate. Who's the government about to hate? See, SW said they double dipping. That they still get welfare in Jersey too.
Oh, snap.
They come to New York and get. So that's what I'm saying. That other places not like that. You know what I'm saying? But like this, the New York shelter system is so good. Well, I ain't gonna say good, but it's so many people here that's trying to get into the system here that they started. This was like, I think Bloomberg started this, where if you got family someplace else, they won't let you in the system. Like they'll give you the money to get to that other place. So when you go there now, you gotta tell them, nah, you ain't got no
nobody. Yeah.
You ain't got no family.
Yep, all that. Woo.
You know what I'm saying?
Woo.
yeah, man, y'all got that 2030 welfare over there, man.
Yeah.
We still in the 1990s over here.
But the problem with right now though is that you got a lot of people out there that's emotionally disturbed. You know what I'm saying? Because as the different city services decline, you know what I'm saying? One of them that declined was the mental health thing. You know what I'm saying? So what's the three biggest dispensers of antipsychotic medication?
Three biggest?
Yeah.
What do you mean, like them corner pharmacies?
Nah, like institutions that give people medication to treat their mental illness.
Like psychology, psychiatry and stuff?
Yeah. But by medication.
Institution.
Yeah.
I don't know. Are they in New York?
Rikers Island,
Oh shit!
LA County, and Cook County.
Damn.
They ain't getting the biggest stuff. Okay, so that's where.
All correctional places.
Exactly. They give out more antipsychotic medication than any other institutions.
I was thinking when you said it a minute ago, we seen that if you watched the movie Joker, when they shut that program down, you know what I mean? The little social worker had to tell them, they don't have no more funds for it. Like,
yeah. See, I don't know how it works in other places, but in New York, as they started closing the mental institutions, you know what I'm saying? the people who was criminally insane, you know what I'm saying, they got sent to the prisons, you know what I'm saying? And then, you know, just as whatever services that people was dealing with, you know what I'm saying? You know, whatever outreach or however people was getting into the mental institutions, you know what I'm saying? Police became the like one size fits all.
Ooh.
For whatever problems that people have, they send the police out. So yeah.
And they dealing with mental health patients.
A lot of times that's the situation. Like the stuff that you're hearing about the people that's pushing people on the trains and stuff like that in New York.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's mentally disturbed people. Like they not even supposed to be on the street, but see what's happening, right? Is now you got coronavirus, right? So some of them, they go to the hospital, you know, now they can't go.
Emergency room full.
You know, you know,
Also, a fair amount of people that get killed by the police officers are people with, you know, mental issues.
People on death row. You know what I'm saying? You know, a lot of these people is the people that they end up getting taken advantage of. You know, you end up being the bottom dude. Like you the dude that we send to go do something crazy because you're crazy. You understand what I'm saying? And then when you get caught for that, there's, you know, that don't count.
What, that you crazy?
Yeah, nah, I mean, you know,
they
you can possibly get off death row. You know what I'm saying? They do have the insanity defense and all of this type of stuff, but you know, for regular cases, because you got to remember, these are people that they pretty much incapacitated outside of society. So these are the type of people that you see them with 70 arrests, right? They got 70 arrests for stealing, right? And out of all them 70 arrests, they didn't steal $1,000 worth of stuff.
Shucks.
Yeah. Like they stealing like stuff from the supermarket, you know, they might steal some deodorant from the pharmacy and sell that.
Kleptos.
Get a little bit of money. You know, a lot of them is they just trying to survive too, though. They don't, you know, they not in the capacity to go to work.
Knowledge and the knowledge and wisdom.
You know that, but you know, I don't know what's going on with that for me personally. It's something in the environment. I don't know if it's in the food. I don't know if it's in the water. I don't know if it's the fluoride in the toothpaste, whatever it is. You know, there's something in the environment that's causing people to be crazy. You know, there's something in the environment that's causing the autism. It's something that, you know, we might not even know yet. Like it might be something that everybody use every day, right? And we unaware that this is the effect of it.
Come on, G, you know it's that 4G. And 4G. Now the 5G brought the corona. You know, 4G did this to us.
You know,
that's what made me think about the talcum powder and the weed killer. I know people that use both of them.
See how talcum powder all of a sudden now pops out. Talcum powder is what caused. All right, we got you know, yeah, but you see how all of a sudden they come out with talcum powder cause cancer. You know what I'm saying? After decades.
Yeah, my old Earth had cancer right where she put the powder at.
Or New York, you know what I'm saying?
Y'all said talcum powder?
Yeah.
Powder, I don't know, baby powder, talcum powder, that powder.
Yeah, baby powder. Yeah, indeed.
Smell a little good underneath there. Put it, but this is, what is it?
Yeah.
Indeed, yeah.
Or like I think every school I've been in, right? They had a time where they had to take the asbestos out.
Ooh.
You know what I'm saying?
That's another thing, yeah.
Ooh, had to take it out. So it was in there already.
You can see, you gotta remember in New York, with all these different buildings, right? When you got tall buildings, fire is a big problem. You know what I'm saying? Like the people who is on the top floor, they need time to get out. So asbestos was like a miracle thing where it's, you know, it stopped fires or whatever. So they putting it everywhere.
Used it.
You understand what I'm saying? Now, you know, after 40, 50 years, you know what I'm saying, you start seeing it on the news, yo, look, you know, if you got some type of cancer and, you know, you work in construction, you know, we got a class action lawsuit. That used to be on the news like in the early 80s. Is you had a lot of old dudes that, you know, were still around that worked on those buildings.
I remember that in the early 2000s too, because there was a lot of that here. Also lead,
Right.
you know, so that was a big one.
Yeah.
And also, you know, there was a lot of asbestos and lead in the Black community as far as houses.
Right. The lead paint, yeah, it was a time where if you had lead paint, they'd come and take care of it. You know what I'm saying? SW said he had some experience with what I was talking about earlier. He said, I used to work for the Division of Developmental Disabilities before Children and Families. They shut down the facilities, and now, in general, the public getting served by people not trained to handle them. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, that's what you see. Yeah, that those divisions was you know, those, you know, it's one of them things that, you know, when they start wanting to do budget cuts, those things is first on the chopping block. You know what I mean? So right now, you know, from what I could tell, you know, from just watching, I never actually been to that part of LA, but you know, where they got the Skid Row. You know, like when you see the people that you know live there, you know, you can see that it's a lot of mental and emotionally disturbed people.
Yeah. My brother deals with that with his job. You know what I mean? Crisis intervention and whatnot. You know, and he's often called to different scenes of folks with mental you know, health issues or whatever. You know, and is required to try to talk people from, you know, from taking their own life. Sometimes he's successful and sometimes he's not. You know, he mentioned something to me last week about you never know. I asked him like, how'd you become? Because I think he got an award, several awards. So how'd you become knowledgeable in this? Like, did you read up on it or just trial and error? He was like, you know, you never know what somebody's thinking, you know, whether if they're hallucinating, you know, so you got to try to talk them down best you can. He says his approach, or one of his approaches, is to let them know that whatever it is that you're seeing is scared of me. Hold my hand and I, you know, I'll get you help, you know, but like you said, also, it don't always work. It don't always work that way. Sometimes you end up wrecking a dude, you know what I mean? Like he's sending a little video. Man, dude didn't have no clothes on at all, but he was as strong as I don't know what, like, you know, and you fight and you try, you know, subdue this person.
Yeah, that's but you know, they got something in New York. It's a kind of 52 hand blocks. It's called skip training.
Skip.
Yeah, it's some type of way they got where if the person react, you know what I'm saying, and they had to struggle with them. That's something called skip training.
You're supposed to use that first.
I seen a girl do it one time. I was like, yo,
Okay.
it's like a little 52 hand block type style right here.
It's like you're not, yeah, I mean, I dealt with that working in the school. So it's like, I mean, is it like you're not trying to harm them, but you still got to do your job?
Yeah, that's what it is. Like you do stuff in a way where they can't hurt you, but then you don't hurt them.
Yeah. I had to learn that. I had to learn that working with children in special ed, education and whatnot, in the school systems and whatnot. And there was certain It was a whole certification we had to get actually each year. You know, you're dealing with somebody else. Number one, public school system. Number two, somebody else's child. You know, and you know how that goes. Don't put your hand on my child. So it's like you had to use certain tactics or techniques. You know, you can just be grabbing nobody by the collar. Like, I mean, it might even happen to me. You know, back in the day in school, or pointing your finger.
What'd
What
you
you
say?
say?
Can't grab people's collar, like lean on me and stuff.
No. That gave you, that gave it, you know, because I mean, once the youngest, it depends, you know what I'm saying? I was dealing with youngest that was like 6th, 7th, 8th grade. So, you know, by then they kind of had an idea and their parents would let them know, you know, how far the person that you're working with can go, you know, so they knew what the limitations or limits were. So like if you was doing a little too much, you know, I mean, sometimes you scream, what you call it, cry wolf, to try to get them to stop, you know what I mean? But you still was supposed to make sure that you use certain tactics, certain techniques, said certain things, stand a certain way, you know, all that, you know, before, you know, you start taking this person down, and whatnot, you know, and it got physical. It got physical. It got physical every day. I'm gonna tell you like that. It got physical every day, unless you're a person of that ability that knew how to avoid the physicality. Unless, you know, they just went off.
Yeah, but you know that's a tremendous problem. You know that's like something, you know, we don't really get around to, but somehow or another, you know, because you know it's on different levels. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Not for nothing. That's big right now in the like the gang signs. You know what I'm saying? Like just the streets in general. It's a lot of mental and emotional disturbance out there. You know what I'm saying? You know, you can see it in the way they act and react about certain things.
Oh heck yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Or even, you know, you could watch the people that is on YouTube. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know, that the people that they got a lot of experience with, you know, being in the gangs, being in jails, a lot of them they exhibit some mental and emotional disturbance, man. You see what I'm saying? So it's
Pop off.
it's one of them things that, you know, we laugh and everything and it's funny, but it's one of them things that we gotta fix. You know what I'm saying? In order for our community, like, you know, it's one of them things where, you know, if we woke up tomorrow, right? And you know, let's say Fuad and Elijah just beamed all the colored people up off the planet. Like they just beamed all of them up from the mothership, right? And we woke up tomorrow and there was no colored people. You know what I'm saying? We still got to deal with these crazy people. You know what I'm saying? Like they still in our neighborhoods, they still in our communities. You know what I'm saying? You gotta send your kids off to school. You know what I'm saying?
Getting a bus and
Yeah, they gotta walk in the same blocks where these people is at.
And something that doesn't really get talked about is, you know, these people with mental issues thinking they're something they are not. You know, I know this is a Hotep channel. I'm not going to get too in depth, but you know, there's some mental issues going on.
we're starting that.
Yeah. So, you know, Hotep.
I see what you're saying too. Matter of fact, we got Encyclopedia Brown just came in. Love just came in. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I definitely seen that too. You know what I'm saying? Uh uh, you know, these people is how would you say, they taking advantage, you know what I'm saying, of people like because I don't think everybody that's saying it is mentally disturbed. You know what I'm saying? But a lot of the people that they telling this stuff to, you know what I'm saying? A lot of people that's eating this stuff up, You know, yeah, they not all there. Like, you know, when you start talking, like it's some people, like when you're talking about flat earth, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, why does all of this stuff always go together? You know what I'm saying? Like, you really Indian chief, you believe in flat earth, all of this stuff always goes together, man. Like, who was the brother that was in here a while ago?
Walking around?
Yeah, remember he was walking around
Yeah, I didn't know that's what you're talking about.
while I was talking to him.
Yeah, he didn't come back. He said he was gonna look up some stuff.
Yeah. What was that? I can't recall his name, but you see how he had all of these theories, like these fringe theories.
Kept coming with it.
You know what I'm saying? So, that is something that I seen where there's like just a lack of rationality. You know what I'm saying? Where it's such a thing as, uh, wise minds can disagree on some things. But then there's some other things that you disagreeing with that is just irrational. Like, for you to say that, all right, there's no gravity. All right, that's just irrational. You know what I'm saying? There's some things, if you saying, you know, uh, you're under the impression. I really can't think of these things because I don't even think like that. I don't know why I'm trying to. I don't know why I'm trying to logically come up with something illogical because it don't work like that.
Mm-hmm.
The Earth is flat.
It don't work like that. But there's some things that you can say, all right. But then there's things where it's like, okay, you're presented with all this concrete proof.
Actual evidence, right?
You understand what I'm saying? And then you don't have the ability to, come to a rational conclusion based on these concrete facts. You know what I'm saying? To me, that is some mental disturbance. You know what I'm saying? It has to. Either that or, we live in a time of charlatans to the 10th power. You know what I'm saying? Like you gotta watch Encyclopedia Brown channel because he got some conversations, you know what I'm saying, with some people. Like it was is one dude that he claimed that people in America didn't start saying that they was African until Roots came out. You know what I'm saying? This is the type of thing where it's like, all right, bro. If you need help, you know what I'm saying, you're not all the way there, that's one thing. We can get you some help. But if you trying to tell me this as a matter of facts.
Mm-hmm. That's what I was about to ask about some facts. Like,
yeah, if you're trying to tell me this as there's the inability to deal with facts. You know what I'm saying? And I'm gonna tell you another characteristic, right? Where is when a person becomes hostile when presented with facts.
Why you mad?
Listen, that is a sign that the person is dealing with delusions.
Hot-headed.
They become angry when you present information that destroys that delusion.
Don't want to let it go. Yeah.
Because you're destroying their world at that point.
They living in that junk. Yeah, so they ain't trying.
You know what I'm saying? The religious mindset to me.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Don't get me wrong. You got some people that sincerely believe. You know what I'm saying? But
that's what belief is, though.
But the religious mindset, I think it kind of breeds a little bit of mental disturbance. You understand what I'm saying? Because in order for you to really be in that mindset, you have to be ignoring all the facts of everything that's happening around you.
Right. Yep.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You necessarily have to accept, right, as fact, things that can be demonstrated is not fact.
I used that to prove. Well, I was using that to prove to the same youngin, well, to get him to think critically about Santa Claus, because he decided to ask me, Santa Claus real? You know what I mean? I'm like, okay, you know. So one of the facts was that they lock their doors at night and put the alarm on. So I'm like, you know, I mean, does Santa Claus know your code when you get in the house? Before I might ask him, you know, how you get in the house? I open the door. No, how do you get in? Like, you got to use a key. Like, Santa got your key. He got your alarm code. The alarm come on when somebody, you know what I mean? Like, you know how you leave your windows open. You know, all that. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a fact. You know what I mean? Like, if somebody come in your house, what you think your people's gonna do?
What if you live in the projects?
How you gonna get in?
Yeah.
With your chimney?
Yeah, and we got bars on the windows too.
Ooh.
I'm trying to figure out, like, yo, how does cat get in here?
That's a fact, right?
Yeah.
It's a fact.
Yeah, and that's why I said, look, those things, those little children's tales that they telling them, those is the building blocks of illusion.
Starting it out.
If you could believe that a rabbit can bring you chicken eggs, then we can hit you with the bacon.
Yes, yeah, that joke. Yeah. Oh,
right after that. See,
that's what you were saying about when somebody see, if you don't say the right certain things when you coming amongst certain ones, they might think you're a Vic.
Right. You see what I'm saying? But that's because they caught up in just what's going on around them. You know what I'm saying? They caught up with everything that's going on within 6 miles of the Earth's atmosphere.
Within. Below.
You know what I'm saying? But yeah, that was a little bit of a detour, but I do think that's important, man, because, you know, like you said, with the conscious community, with the general, you know, crazy people pushing people on the train station and cutting people for no reason and all this stuff, you know, that's an issue that we're gonna have to deal with. You know what I'm saying? Just like, you know, the brothers in the 60s and the 70s, you know what I'm saying? You know, they had other things, the 80s too, you know what I'm saying, where you know, a part of you know, being conscious of the situations that's going on in our community and trying to do something about that, you had to be getting people off of drugs. You know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, these is the people who got to do this. You know what I'm saying? Like, it ain't no one savior. It ain't like you're going to be righteous enough for everybody. It ain't like if you die, then everybody else sins is going to go away. So these is the people right here who the you know, whatever dynamic individuals that provide the leadership for us, these is the people they got to come from. You know what I'm saying? Like Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, and all they came from amongst us, but they had to be nurtured by the people who, you know, they was growing up amongst. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, it's not like, you know, these people just woke up one day and said this. You know, this was all a part of their whole life experience that culminated in who they was. You know what I'm saying? Like, if he never was Detroit Red, Malcolm X wouldn't have been the same Malcolm X.
We went through that, walked that, yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? Even in terms of the level of inspiration that his story is to all kinds of people.
Okay.
About how you could turn negative into positive. You know what I'm saying?
Indeed.
Life and a negative lifestyle into a positive life and a positive lifestyle, positive culture. You understand what I'm saying? You know, it wouldn't have had that same impact if he wasn't Detroit Red. You know what I'm saying? You know, the science, you know, the parents that he grew up amongst and the things that they was conscious of. You know what I'm saying? You know, all of that goes into play. So if the people, right, have to produce their own leadership, right, by, you know, first of all, giving birth to them and then nurturing them in that environment of the community, right? If the people got to do that and those people is incapacitated, you know what I'm saying? Because, you know, their ideas is wrong, their diet is wrong, you know, et cetera, et cetera. Then where's these other people going to come from? You know what I'm saying? Where's the mega Evers? You know, that's one of the things that's happened. See, remember, you know, even from J. Edgar Hoover's standpoint, right? He said he wanted to stop the rise of a Black Messiah. So now I got to get certain people out of this community. Because if those people continue to manifest those type of ideas and they youth grow up hearing these ideas, then that's going to be my destruction. But see, we got to look at it the same way, but from the opposite angle. You see what I mean? That if those people never live up to the full potential, right, of what their ideas, you know, they never live up to the full potential of putting these ideas, of putting positive ideas into motion, right? Then that's going to be our destruction.
Mm-hmm. The ones that know, yeah, you have to apply it. That's for sure. And start with yourself.
Type of ideas that, you know, look, like you might hear people, you know, well, you know, everybody that's in a gang, you know, they should be locked up, or everybody that's in a gang, you know, they should just kill all of them. Nah, that's not the answer. You know what I'm saying? That's like if you throw all your apples away and then you try and make apple pie.
To the neck, boy.
So, you know, like I said, that's something is something that's in the environment that's causing you know, people to be irrational. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, one of the things is that it's been so much illusion, right? That people have been you know, people have been dealing with. It's so much illusion, so much things that people took for granted that turn out to be lies that some people just don't know what to think.
Now they're seeing it. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But this is what mathematics do, is that, okay, I could have been exposed to a whole bunch of lies, but I got a system, you know what I'm saying, by which I could tell what's the truth and what's not the truth. You see what I'm saying? See, if you don't have a system like that and you know, you just listen, see, now you just listening to what sounds good. Because you don't have a way to break this down, you know what I'm saying, and come to a real understanding. You know,
wavy.
Yeah, right? Things is just all over the place. Like whatever is the mode, you know, by what you're dealing with. Like with Rob Bourne and them, you know, when they break things down, they break it down historically. You know what I'm saying? Or some people might look at the same topics, but they might look at it scientifically. You know what I'm saying? Or even within the realm of history, right? You got some people that you know, they deal in particular with the archaeology, the archaeological wing of history.
That's right. Yeah.
You know, we got these items right here. You know what I'm saying? We could recreate, you know, some aspects of these people's lives by seeing the tools that they used. You know what I'm saying? And the things that they built with those tools. You know what I'm saying? Then you got people that, you know, they deal with the writings. You know, we got these writings right here from these people You know, we got these contemporary books from those people.
Literature, yeah.
Right, but you got a system by which you know, you got a scientific process. You know what I'm saying?
To deal with it all.
Yeah. So the same thing is if you just picking up a rock and you just taking a guess at what it is because what it look like, right?
Ooh.
Instead of you having a scientific way of breaking this rock down and saying, yeah, this rock consists of this substances right here. See, that's what's happening in everyday life. You know what I'm saying? And so, you know, like I was saying with the 1,037 and third miles per hour, you know, whatever is in the environment, right? The people that's now wise enough to see, they getting caught up in that because they haven't mastered that equality. You know, they haven't mastered their own equality, you know, enough to, you know, see how to make rational decisions. What you say here? Wordsmith?
Got some words?
Man, listen, y'all don't want to get the wordsmith started.
I ain't in the chizzy today, so I'm missing the words.
Wordsmith wasn't in here. There was everybody saying they don't want to play Scrabble. They don't want to play Scrabble with you.
Oh, I gotta find the name of that, man. Not even to try to label. I said that before, not to try to label it, but like, what is that? Like, what's? Ooh. I give him credit where credit is due. Wordsmith be wordsmith. Above, what you said? Above and beyond.
Motivating beyond the terrific speed of 1,037 and third miles per hour. For the people that's new to the room, you know what I'm saying? You know, this is basically dealing with, you know, well, let's make it simple how we made it at the end. You know what I'm saying? The 1,037 and a third miles per hour is the Earth's rotation. That's the speed of the Earth's rotation. And we see in the Bill degree, it tells you that the rotation is called gravitation. And that because of that gravitation, the wisdom could never be drawn above 6 miles above the planet Earth. So see, God that masters equality can move beyond that. You're not just caught up in the time of what everybody else is doing. You know how they say, yo, this thing right here makes the world go around, or that thing right there makes the world go down? You ever notice that all that stuff is always 6?
I'm thinking out, so that's like thinking outside of that box then.
Exactly. You see, this is a Hotep channel, but the box is one of those things that they say makes the world go around.
Oh, snap.
You understand what
box? You mean Power U? And
oh, you know my Hotep channel? You ain't got your license revoked.
what was that?
You get my Hotep license revoked.
Oh man, you know, I forgot it was Hotep. I thought it was just Hotep.
Come on, God.
Or just like Day Sun said.
Oh, no. Oh, man. Nah. Dang. You said that's one of the things that they say, just like, just like cream or cash.
Right, just like money makes the world, they say money make the world go around. See, but when you could transcend all that, then you master equality.
Not stuck.
Encyclopedia Brown said the Earth don't rotate.
I was just about to say that.
This,
What do you mean by that?
this, but you know, Rob won't be over there talking to flat Earth people.
Oh yeah.
Don't pay Rob Moore no attention, man.
Revolve and rotate, right?
Queen Mecca, what's the deal? Yes, he's this is, you know, Ramon right now he's in the midst of he's in the midst of a little battle royal with the
Yes.
nah, what's the brothers the Amin, the not the Amin, is it the Amin Ra squad?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You know, see that's another thing, man, that you know that's moving faster than 1,037 and third miles per hour. Is see what everybody's saying. See, that's another thing that people get caught up in. VC realm. Yeah, that's what it is. The Amin Ra squad. Yeah, he's entrenched in a little battle with them right now. Yeah, tune into Rob Moore's page. Him and the Amin Ra squad. I mean, I don't really. What I heard so far was just him building. I didn't really hear what they said, but their contention is that Elijah Muhammad didn't do anything for Black people.
We're going with the clickbait type. You know what I mean? Like,
Hey,
hating.
G, what's his channel? I've been trying to find it. Is it New Black Knowledge? Is that the channel?
New Black Knowledge. That's his channel.
Yeah, I must have been to a couple of wrong ones.
Now, I mean, is that what you was talking about just a minute ago, though, guy? In dealing with, I mean, teaching all of the human families of planet Earth, teaching, you know, dealing with everybody that's out here, you know what I mean? Having to clean up what's right around you, what you're amongst, where you can be successful at.
Yeah.
Not just quote unquote sword fighting, or you know what I mean? Like,
right.
With a purpose.
You know, see, with one thing that's led to a lot of problems, like a little bit of equality that we got to master as a people, is you know, not disagreeing on the destination so much, right? But you just disagreeing on what streets we gonna take.
Oh man.
You understand what I'm saying?
Ah, boy.
So you know, in a situation like that, see, Elijah Muhammad didn't disagree with Black people having rights. You know what I'm saying? He disagreed with how we should achieve those rights. You understand what I'm saying?
And it looked like he was right.
Yeah. And so, you know, in a lot of instances, that's what we see. You know what I'm saying? Rather, we talking about Booker T. Washington and W.B. Du Bois or Marcus Garvey. You know what I'm saying? Rather, we talking about Malcolm and Martin Luther King. You know what I'm saying? Rather, we talking about the foundational Black Americans and the American descendants of slaves. You know what I'm saying? We always see that in existence. You know what I'm saying? And you know, it becomes a problem, especially in the environment that we in. You know what I'm saying? Just like we seen with the Black Panthers and the what's the name of that other group? I know the initials is the US, but you know, where they ended up having a shootout.
with each other?
Yeah, the U.S. they the ones that they.
Talk about H. Rap Brown.
Nah, this was the dude Karenga. Ron Karenga was down with them.
Oh, okay.
You know what I'm saying? He was
Yeah.
the leader of one group, and what I'm saying is that this difference was exploited. You understand what I'm saying? The same way the founders of the NAACP, they exploited the differences between Booker T. Washington and W.E.B. Du Bois. You understand what I'm saying? Of course, what's his name? J. Edgar Hoover, you know what I'm saying? He was one of the main people that took it upon himself to continue to exploit these differences. You know what I'm saying? Even, with Elijah and Malcolm. You know what I'm saying? A lot of times we get caught up in that right there, so that's another level of equality that we got to master, to even be able to escape the gravitational pull of this society.
I seen something you said a moment ago, God, about it was something I was thinking about the other day. Why, in the sense of why the trader set the trading posts up in the jungles of that continent. He didn't set it up where there was civilization at, because those that was living in the jungle strayed away from there. So why did he set it up where he set it up at? And what, of course, we know what he was doing while he was set up there. You watching how you could separate it, or whatever you're going to choose to do with it. But he chose to go to a certain place with it.
You're right about that. That's another, Jarrell Boylan just put it there. Bunchy Carter that's who got killed at UCLA. You know what I'm saying? They was, they had their letter writing campaign. Yeah, they write letters saying that it's this person, whatever. They planting information, and the dudes who was down with Ron Karenga, they reacted to that, and they shot Bunchy Carter at UCLA. You know what I'm saying? So I'm pointing that out to say how it could turn deadly. You understand what I'm saying?
There are other rules and regulations not mentioned in this lesson.
Yeah. You understand what I'm saying? But at the same time, it is mentioned in the lesson because you're separating the seeds. You know what I'm saying? But it's just in another form when it's saying, destroy the like and save the unlike. In that particular instance, it meant to kill all the black babies and save all the brown babies. You know what I'm saying? But the way it's applied out here right now, you know what I'm saying? It's still the same science. But that's another level, we gotta get beyond, and to some degrees, you gotta stop you gotta stop holding other people to a higher standard than you holding yourself. You understand what I mean? Like, see, you can say, well, you can make a mistake, right? But if Martin Luther King made a mistake, right, and let's say some of the stuff that he might have agreed to, or some of the ways that he might have went about doing things, if he made that mistake, then all of a sudden you got to destroy his entire character. You know what I mean? It becomes fuck him. He might have made some big mistakes, but he did that because he was on a big stage. You know what I'm saying?
Out of all of the things.
Right. He's out swimming in the ocean with the sharks, huh? You never been out the bathtub. So that's why his mistakes look huge to you.
Mm-hmm.
You ain't out there catching the 20-foot waves or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
You just splashing around in the bathtub. So that's why his mistakes look bigger than yours. Not because you better than him. You understand what I'm saying?
Like more on his plate. He got more on his plate.
Exactly. See what I'm saying? But this is kind of what we do, you know, because we got the religious mindset that, you know, if Noble Drew Ali is not a holy man, right, then
holy.
You know, we gotta throw away everything else he says. See, me, I don't believe in holy people. So you can come and tell me anything about the average person. I mean, there's a few principles that I have where it's like, all right, now that's funny. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, just like I say with the colored man, you know what I'm saying? You know, I'm gonna look at things to see if I can show and prove them. I'm not going to just look at the person. Yeah, that's gonna have some weight, especially in how hard I examine. You know what I'm saying? Don't get me wrong. There's some people that can tell you something, and it's like, all right, you going to examine it, but you a little, you know, this person, because of who they are, because of their history of, you know, never having lied to you before or whatever it might be.
You know, a little, yeah.
Right? That's what character is.
Indeed. Yep.
You understand what I'm saying? So because of a person's character, you know what I'm saying, you might, you know, it adds on, you know, it becomes evidence that what they saying is true. Just like if a person lies all the time, that takes away from, you know, that is evidence that what you're saying is not true.
I'm trying to hear nothing they saying for real.
Yeah, not proof. It's not proof, but it's evidence. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, for me,
What you mean? Like, what you mean by upon self, guy? What you mean by that? Like, you ain't taking it all the way to the end, but you coming with something.
what you mean between proof and evidence?
Yeah. I mean, as opposed to lying.
Well, in terms of proof and evidence, you know what I'm saying? See, you got evidence, for instance, that's circumstantial. You know what I'm saying? Like, say something happens, right, in your state. You know, the fact that you was in that state at that time is evidence that you might have did it.
That type of, yeah, you was, whew.
You understand what I'm saying? If you got enough evidence, right, then you proved your case. You know what I'm saying? And then of course you got some smoking guns. You know what I'm saying? Like if I see you taking my car, you know what I'm saying?
That's
proof. You know,
off the break. Yeah.
I saw you Jimmy the Lock with the screwdriver and get in and take my car. You understand what I'm saying? That's proof.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? But you know, when you saying that we putting things on the scale, we putting things in the scale because it's multiple facts and circumstances surrounding every situation that we dealing with. You know what I'm saying? So now we gotta weigh and judge them.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So like I said, a person who's a liar, that goes on the other side of the scale for everything that you said. You know what I'm saying? A person with a good character that's known to tell the truth, right? Then that goes on the same side of the scale with what you just said. But at the end of the day, you know what I'm saying? Like I said, if you you know, if you just and true, right? If you just and true in your judgment, then you're gonna look at all of the facts and circumstances. Because a person might tell you something wrong, that don't necessarily mean that they lied to you. They could have thought that's what they could have thought was the truth. And then when you come back and tell them yo, remember you told me that? Nah, was it? You told me that the store was gonna be open. It was closed. Like, oh, word, it was closed. Yeah, nah, something must have happened. You know, maybe they changed their hours because of coronavirus.
Huh?
You understand what I'm saying? But that's what you know, that's what becomes distorted when you got that religious mindset. You know what I'm saying? Brilliant elevation. When you got that religious mindset where, you know, you got holy people and, you know, divinely inspired texts and things of that nature. You
And
understand?
believing, because that's what I mean. The way I see it, believing it doesn't have to have just like an opinion. It doesn't have to have facts attached to it.
Right.
You know, you just have to believe. You know what I mean? You don't have to. I mean, somebody could tell you the age, where they live, anything, the shoe size, whatever, the address. You know, they live here, whatever. All you gotta do is believe it, but they don't have to prove it. They don't have to have no facts attached to it. You know, and so if somebody tell you the store was open and you believe in them, then you're gonna be all upset once you get there and it's closed because you believed them. You know, it wasn't necessarily the truth that something else happened. There was another circumstance or situation.
Yeah. You know, this is District 120 just typed something in the what's the name here. He said it's wild how a lot of these black women who deal with spiritualism or the unseen or know about or have within their doctrine Yakub's story. You know, this is something that I just noticed too.
You know about it?
That yeah, the Yakub, a lot of Elijah's teachings, right, have proliferated, and I'm not sure if people know that that came from Elijah. But I have noticed that a lot of these things right now is people kind of synthesizing all different things. You know what I'm saying? Without you know, without really knowing what that stuff is about. You know what I'm saying? You know, because we had our own discussion on here about the science of Yakub, what it meant to Elijah, what it means to the lessons, and what it means to us right now. You understand what I'm saying? But you know, for me, that's always something that's dangerous. You know what I'm saying? And look, this is, you know, you people could say this is a part of my theology. You know what I'm saying? But to me, you know, reading this stuff without having supreme mathematics and alphabet, you know what I'm saying? Without you know, having it to describe to you what the lessons are. You know what I'm saying? Is to me that's listen, you're gonna go off the deep end every time, man. Every time. Like if you don't, you know, if look, you know, there's brothers sitting in penitentiary right now, right? That misunderstood the 10th degree in the 1 to 10. I mean in the 1 to 14.
Take them heads off.
Yeah, they misunderstood it, man.
Woo! Yeah, it's dangerous. That's dangerous. Yeah, you said it was dangerous. That's what you said. Yeah.
January 1st, they went outside and try to live that out. You understand what I'm saying? So it's the same thing. Of course, you know, they just talking on the internet. But it just goes to show you, man, what we've been saying all this time is that, listen, man, you can't, you know, without really coming amongst brothers, man, and really seeing how this thing is drawn up, you know, seeing it in person. You know what I'm saying? You know, when I say see it in person, I mean, look, you know, going to people's house, them coming to your house, I'm talking about, you can see a lot of people, you know, like I said, when I got the knowledge, I'm in high school. So a person could come and play the role from 8 o'clock to 3 o'clock. And then when they go home, everything else that they do may have no relation to supreme mathematics whatsoever.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You see, when you live amongst a person, you understand what I'm saying? And you seeing not just them, not just what they doing, but you see what they building, and you see what be destroyed around them. Now you dealing with the real deal.
Indeed.
You know what I'm saying? Because a person can tell you what they want you to hear, a person can show you what they want you to see. You understand what I'm saying? But when you really go, you understand what I'm saying, and you really, look in the person refrigerator. It's like, yeah, I don't eat that. But what do you eat? See,
I see what you work. Yeah,
we giving people a list of stuff not to eat. But then what do you eat though?
Yeah. Don't just leave them. Yeah. You talking about as far as teaching them or letting them know.
Right.
Yeah.
And see, that's what happens when all you get is what's on the paper. You don't see, like, how does it sound? How does it sound when brothers quote these lessons?
Yes.
Like when a brother go through his understanding, how that sound? What it look like? You understand what I'm saying?
True indeed.
Like when I was getting knowledge, that's what, like, brother might ask you a degree, right? And then say manifest. You know what I'm saying? And then when they say manifest, now you supposed to go through your understanding. Just you come into the cipher and you seeing brothers interact like that, you're like, all right, now you seeing how this is done. But people that, you just reading 120 or you just hearing this story, you know what I'm saying? And you taking it out of context. You see what I'm saying? Because remember, DNA hadn't even been discovered when Elijah is writing those lessons.
That concept of DNA or whatever.
DNA was discovered in the late 60s by a dude named Crick and another dude, two scientists from England. You know what I'm saying? They was the ones that discovered the double helix stuff. That's what I mean. Genes was already known about, but they didn't know what was all the mechanisms of how it operate. You know what I'm saying? Hadn't isolated it under a microscope, et cetera, et cetera. So a lot of things that you hear people like now, they applying all of that to the story of Yakub. And I'm not saying that it don't apply. But if you jump all the way to there without understanding the context, like I said, when you read 120 lessons, when you're doing 120 lessons, you're in the wonderful world of Elijah Muhammad.
He saw it.
You know what I'm saying? When you all, the books, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
I think a big reason that a lot of people, know the story of Yakub or was introduced, it's a documentary, Hidden Colors, and they go into that. And I actually seen, my queen's brother just throw the documentary on for his kids and didn't even explain it. And it's talk about Yakub and this big head scientist. He got, his head is the size of two, heads, and he got two brains or whatever. Like, it's, yeah. So I think Hidden Colors play a big part in that too.
Yeah, see, I didn't know that. So that explains it then. How it did seem like all of a sudden I started hearing people talk, like some don't even say Yakub. They just say, yo, it was a scientist that, when I'm listening to it, I'm like, wait a minute.
I know.
Yakub?
Yeah. So Hidden Colors, huge. It was a pretty big one.
Yeah, I mean, I seen it, but I didn't see all of them because I know he broke it up into parts.
Yeah.
But see, that's what I'm saying, man. you gotta understand the people that you're dealing with, man. You know what I'm saying? You gotta watch the people that you're dealing with. Now, Bro Boy just brought up something here. We need to watch The Island of Dr. Moreau and build on it. Now, The Island of Dr. Moreau is something that's more related. Cause see, that book was written in like the 1880s. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
The original book that is based on.
I bumped into that on YouTube.
So that's what I'm saying is that's a part of the context. Like these is things that, you know, if you was a reader at that time, you know, Elijah and Fuad could have been exposed to. There's other books around that was around from that time. The Aquarian Gospel of Jesus Christ. You know what I'm saying? A lot of this, you know, a lot of this information was available. You know what I'm saying? Or things similar, should I say?
God, I see this other part too, right? I remember it was a time as a youth where I had issues with reading comprehension. You know, and I went through the whole get glasses. Now these glasses for distance, but then I got reading glasses like I couldn't see up close, which was never the issue. You know, it was actually comprehending what I was reading. As the reading material got more difficult, you know, as you go up through the grade levels and whatnot, some of it I wasn't understanding. Part of it was the lack of vocabulary. I had to increase my vocabulary, and also was the way I was reading. It was more than one thing. But like, yeah, you just got some material or something on paper, and you just read it, and you don't really know how to comprehend or draw it up, bring the best parts out, or understand any of it. You know, you're just reading the words and trying to make up definitions for it, like, you know, especially words that might not even be used as much today.
Yeah.
You're gonna come out wrong.
Right. See, you gotta speak the language. And see, for instance, the book that Rabon sent me, what was the book? It was a book on mathematics. You know what I'm saying? Now, the concepts in there, I understand them, right? But I had to read it a couple of times because it's written in an archaic language that is written in an archaic academic type of language. You know what I'm saying? To where, you know, like you said, the words that they're using them and the combination that they're using them in, it's like I got to read it a couple of times in order to really catch on. You understand what I'm saying? And see, that's a whole part of the concept too. Like, don't get me wrong, you know, like I said, when you building on something, right, you know, you're supposed to be making it simpler, not more complicated. So I'm not saying that things should be more complicated, but at the same time, see how y'all saying that people getting exposed to this name, people getting exposed to this through videos and stuff like that, right? You're not going to be able to get as good of a grasp of these things, right? When, you know, you got the pictures and all of this stuff is affecting you. You see what I'm saying? More than when you're dealing with things, you know, when you manifesting, you know, when you listening to words or you reading off the paper. You see what I'm saying? Because now you got to use more of your mind power. You got to use more of your own creative power to see the clear picture.
To get it, yeah.
You see what I'm saying? If I show you the clear picture, right? Or, you know, what I think is the clear picture, how it looks to me, right? Then that's having an impact on how much of your own clear picture you're able to see. So right now,
I'm about to hop off, G.
All right, no doubt.
All right, peace.
Peace, God.
Peace.
You know what I'm saying? But that's you know, all of that's impacts, all of that's things that we got to do to move beyond the speed of 1,037 1/3 miles per hour as a community. You know what I'm saying? Meaning to get out of this type of situation that we dealing with. You know what I'm saying? Here in the wilderness of North America, where, you know, our life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness, right? What they saying is the basic things, you know, of America. You know, everybody is supposed to be guaranteed the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. This is supposed to be your God-given right, meaning that no person or no government is supposed to be able to abridge that right. But we live in a situation where, you know, our life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness, right, is deliberately, you know, this is deliberately trampled upon. You see what I'm saying? This is what's happening in the world around us. This is what's happening in the, you know, this rotation, which is called gravitation of 1,037 and a third miles per hour.
Looking at it like that, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? These is, so, you know, we got things we got to do to escape that personally. You know what I'm saying? Meaning, like, personally, you know, you got to do things to establish a condition for you and your family. You understand what I'm saying? But then all of us together, you understand what I'm saying? We got to, you know, elevate as a society above these things. You know what I'm saying? And that's definitely one of the you know, one of the major obstacles to that. You know what I'm saying? Is that people gotta understand, or, you know, my opinion of it is that a lot of people don't understand that, you know, we not what they call in politics, we not a monolith. That means that, you know, everybody, you know, you just got one big body of people who all think the same, who all react the same to every stimulus.
No.
Something that stimulates you, not the stimulus packages. You know what I'm saying? You know, it's like, what I'm saying is this: when faced with the plantation, right? You know, some people is gonna fall right in line. You know what I'm saying? That's the way some people is gonna react if you put them on the plantation right now. If they came outside and say, "Look, we rounding up everybody," you know, some people is gonna start fighting right then.
Off the break, you feel me?
You see, yeah, as soon as they come, some people is gonna react. That's how they gonna react. Some people, they gonna give it a chance. They're gonna say, "Where we going?" And then they gonna reach a point, and they're gonna say, "All right, wait a minute. Time to wild out." You understand what I'm saying? Everybody is gonna react a little bit differently. So by the same token, you know, we all gonna, you know, everybody got the ability to write their own history. You know what I'm saying? We not used to doing that because we used to living out other people's history.
That's very true.
You understand what I'm saying? See, the Quran and the Bible that we got, right? That's other people's history. It's the science of men, women, you know, gods, devils, etc., etc. So yeah, it applies, but, you know, you're not gonna see in the Bible. I mean, you know, if you
it's a period of time.
If you go in the conscious community, I'm sure they have some way of connecting just about everybody. But, you know, when you go in the Bible, right, the Aborigines in Australia is not in the Bible. because they're not a part of the story of those people. Like let's say everything in the Bible is true.
Okay, that's hard too.
A certain group of people that existed in a certain place. Other people, they gotta write their own history.
There you go.
See, that's what we've been doing, is we've been trying to find where we fit in to other people's history.
Yeah.
And do we fit in over here with the Arabs? Do we fit in over here with the Jews? Do we fit in over here with the Christians? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so now we pick sides with whoever, whoever we siding with, that's who we pick sides with.
The saying is, if the shoe fits, wear it.
Right. And see, what happens is, once you get in that religious mind state, right? Once you get in that religious mind state, right, then the religion gives you your opinions. You don't form your own opinions. Like right now, you could take a person who is, let's say they're a Republican. Now, they could be an issue that it's like, okay, if this law gets passed, if this law gets passed, then it's going to be bad for that individual. But see, because the Republican Party is supporting the issue this way, then that's what really forms your opinion, instead of you looking at it for yourself. Let me put another good example. When you're dealing with gangs, you're not going to form your opinion really based on who was right and who was wrong. Your opinion is really based on what side you on.
You just got to go with.
Yeah, you didn't really weigh and judge it. It's that the person is on your side. And so
that's the mentality that keeps it going.
Exactly. And that's the mentality that keeps our condition over here in the wilderness of North America going. You see what I'm saying? It's one of the things, because we pick a side. We rolling with W.E.B. Du Bois, or we rolling with Marcus Garvey, without seeing that, okay, these is two people that, they're attacking the situation from different angles, but that don't mean that both of them is not going to be successful. You know what I'm saying? It's like when they built the railroad, right? They built the railroad going straight across America. You had some people start off on the West Coast in California,
or trying to come this way
in the East Coast in New York, and then they met in the middle. They conquered the issue, right? They solved all the problems, but they was working together without necessarily being in the same place, without coming from the same angle.
It did.
So, you see it today where, look, this brother right here, he wants to tackle the problem economically. This brother over here wants to attack the problem politically. But they spend more time bickering over which way is the right way to attack the situation than they do attacking the situation.
That's what they know how.
And all it does is gives the devil more time. You know what I'm saying? Not because it's, grace period of no particular amount of time, but you giving them more time by not destroying them. Like whatever problem you got, you understand what I'm saying? The more time you spend not solving it, the more time that problem festers
Yes, yeah.
grows and becomes bigger and bigger. Started out with a small problem, now it's affecting everything in your life.
I see that.
You know what I'm saying? So that, you know, that's one thing that happens right there, you know. But you know, some of this stuff I do have to say, you know, because I didn't know the extent of it until I started watching Encyclopedia Brown channel, and then I started looking at the app with Encyclopedia Brown, and I started seeing like, yo, this thing is bigger. Like when I was seeing certain people talking, you know, like I saw their YouTube or whatever, I wasn't really thinking about it like that. I thought like, yeah, you know, this guy right here, he's saying what he's saying. I had no idea of the impact of the amount of people.
I was wondering who you be talking about, who you be watching and whatnot the other day. I was like, who's that talking about you watching?
I watch a lot of people. Like CB, I watch Killer Cav. I watch everybody. You know what I'm saying? You know, like I said, I don't watch TV. You know?
I know, right? You make my own channel.
And yeah, you know what I'm saying? But you know, I mean, it's just something where it's like, you know, look, you know, how do we there's some things that like I said, it's just a matter of, look, this is the team that you got, say. You understand?
Yeah. Hey, look, what you
You know, that's my thing. Like, yo, this is the condition of the original people. Like, damn, we in trouble. Like, you know, you ever had a situation where it's like, yo, there's like 30 of them and like 4 of y'all. You looking at the situation, you like, damn, this might not work out the best way for us, right?
Oh yeah.
This is what
I know what you mean, though.
like. Look, when I see some of the people that Encyclopedia Brown be going at it with, I be like, damn, son, you know, this guy's on our team. Because at the end of the day, they are, man. We all we got. Like, it ain't no outside force that's gonna come and do nothing.
No. Hello.
You understand what I'm saying? So if it ain't no outside force that's gonna come and do something, then this is the inside force. Like, you know, did you know, when Elijah and them was saying, all right, look, we're gonna give them in 1984, they had no idea we was gonna be doing this type of stuff. Like Elijah didn't see Instagram coming down the pipe. He didn't see that, you know, we would be involved in these things, like how, you know, the brothers back then, how, you know, Marcus Garvey, you know, do you think that he thought that one day, you know, young brothers would be on Instagram telling each other pull up
and all that, right? I've heard some old heads say, yeah, a lot of things they seen they never thought would happen. Like,
yeah. You know what I mean? Because now the mind is not focused. See, just like I said, it takes time. You know, when you counting and somebody starts counting some random numbers and that throw you off, it shows you that it takes time for that idea to develop. It takes space. It takes space in your brain for that idea to develop. You know what I'm saying? So right now, you know, how much time is most people spending not being stimulated from the outside?
Right. I was telling myself about detaching from certain things, like television or your phone or whatever. Yeah.
So now you don't think about, you see, Rabon is, you know, exactly. What time are you gonna have to align your chakras? You know what I'm saying? If you're playing the game all the time. You see what I'm saying? Like you got to actually realize that stuff. And so what I'm saying is, just on the most basic level, it becomes a distraction. You know what I'm saying? Like we was talking about that the other day. I was talking about that with Power. You know what I'm saying? When Prodigy said that line, it's a war going on outside. And people inside playing the game and don't even realize it, son. They don't even realize it. They don't even realize what's going on around them. And they don't realize, more importantly, what's going on inside them. So if you don't realize this, right? If you don't realize that there's a problem, what's going to be your motivation to come up with the solution?
Well, you won't, because you don't know that it is one. You ain't gonna do that.
This is what I'm saying. This is the world that, like I said, I started noticing, like, that's when I started, like, being like, something, I see what Sonetta is doing. Like, after I started, I watched it for a while, still ain't going on there, but, I see what he's saying is that, yo, listen, man, we got to get the troops in shape, man.
I ain't wow, but what you mean? Oh, like on some like actual physical level, or just see what he's doing as far as putting information out there?
Well, the signs, the things we got to do, they got to be in shape mentally first, man.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? Like, right now, it's like, how people say they woke.
That's what they say.
You woke, right? But you still in the dark. You ain't turning the lights on yet. You understand what I'm saying? So you're still stumbling around, not aggressive.
Yeah, potential to stub your toe, all that. Yeah. Trip.
What you doing? See, you woke, but you still right now like a bull in a china shop. You don't know what you're doing. You understand what I'm saying? So he's trying to, on some level, just take the religion out of people. You know what I'm saying? Like mostly everybody in the conscious community, like even when you deal with the Christian preachers, you know what I'm saying? They tend to have some kind of, a little bit of knowledge with them. You know what I'm saying? Not maybe necessarily knowledge of self, but, they look at the Bible a little more realistically than your average Christian. You understand what I'm saying? But the religion is still in them.
Yeah, and teaching it that way too.
Like, there's a science to why they show them how to march in lockstep like that. You know what I'm saying? Like just, when people go into battle, it's certain formations that they go in there with. You understand what I'm saying? So, you just, it's that's the first thing is that, people, you got to be able to see like, okay, this is what we're looking at right here. This is the situation because look, how many different things, right, that you hear people say, yo, if black people would just do this, we wouldn't have a problem.
Like that was, the end all to be all.
Right.
It's different things.
A lot of them things is that simple. That the people that's involved don't know it's a problem. You know what I'm saying? It's one of them situations where, you know how they say if you put a frog in a boiling pot, it'll just jump out. But if you put it in a pot and you just put the temperature on low so that the water heats up gradually, that it'll just sit right there until it dies. So this is kind of the situation, you know what I'm saying, that we in right now, where it's like, people not really looking at the signs, they're not really looking at the things what's going on. So things could be distorted. For instance, when you deal with the difference between the idea of Black Lives Mattering, right, and the organization of Black Lives Matter. who right now they being piggybacked on by other groups. You know what I'm saying? I was just watching something about down in DC. They had a Black Lives Matter protest, but then the Antifa people showed up. You understand what I'm saying? And they started chanting their slogans about, some of their slogans involved, them talking about burning things down.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying?
Mixing it in.
Yeah, these are the kind of things that we got to be aware of, though.
Okay, I see that. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, we can't be going to war with people that don't know when the ranks is being infiltrated.
That part. Yeah.
So that's what happens. That's why I started seeing that, some people is on there really, they trying to convert people to their theology. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But other people, you know what I'm saying, is there just trying to get people to be able to analyze facts, you know what I'm saying, the correct way. Like the New Black Knowledge Channel, their thing is to get people to look at the history of the things that already happened. You know what I'm saying?
Should, yeah, right? You should.
You can know, you can have some direction.
Yes, indeed. That's right. Some starting point, somewhere to go with, something to go with, factual.
They put in landmarks. It's like they put in landmarks out there. Where now you can kind of be situated, you know what I'm saying, instead of just wandering around in every direction, you know what I'm saying, trying to get to a destination. But you got no idea, where you came from, what you seen before, and what you never seen before.
Yeah, know what time it is. That's like not knowing what time it is, not knowing how to use something to get, the time of the day, not knowing the seasons. You don't know none of that. So it's like, yeah, you're gonna be left out in the cold.
Yeah.
Yeah, those landmarks is a great thing.
Yeah. You see these people that's out right now, you know what I'm saying, a lot of the younger generation, right? They may have never heard of COINTELPRO like that.
Right. That's right. There was a time where I didn't.
Right. So then they don't know about being infiltrated. They don't know about disinformation and misinformation. You know what I'm saying? And all they've been exposed to, their life is propaganda.
Yeah. Like that's that. Like, ooh.
They can't tell, like, for someone right now, like, you gotta think, it's grown people right now, right? That have never known life without the internet.
Grown. Yeah, without it, y'all. Damn.
Grown.
Yeah.
Grown people, son. People that can vote. People that listen. People that you gotta live with their decisions, man.
Yeah. They play a fact. They're a fact. Yeah, that's right.
They don't even know that once upon a time, man, it wasn't no internet. It's just like for people in our generation, we've never known life without TV.
Yes.
Like somebody started talking about before TV, we wouldn't be able to. You understand?
Imagine it.
Yeah. It's like it's certain people that they've never turned the channel on the TV. They turned it on the remote control, but they don't know. They've never known life without. We've never known life without running water, electricity.
Ooh. Yeah.
Think about that, like how that is for us. It's the same way for them. You got people that by the time they was reaching the age where they, some Facebook already existed. Like, if Facebook came out, you was like 5, 6, 7, 8 years old.
Oh man.
You lived your whole life with Facebook.
That's a lot.
You understand what I'm saying? The same way how like we look at hip hop.
Mm-hmm.
Like, by the time I was, 5, 6, 7, 8, hip hop is a thing. It's, it's starting to be out there like that. So I never really knew life like that without hip hop.
Without it, okay.
You know what I'm saying? Nah, listen, Rob Boy, that's the thing. I never really feel, I don't feel no older, but that's what it is. Certain things that I see, I'll be like, damn, I'm from a different world because I don't know what you know, just we was talking the other day about how the slang is getting out of hand. Like I don't be knowing where the slang, like I don't, like they be talking sometimes. Like, I had to call my kids, like, yo, what's this?
Yeah, for sure. I definitely, yeah. Somebody's definitely does know in that situation.
What's that? Like it's some things, but the slang they got now don't even be connected to the, it don't be connected to the idea. Like they take a word now that you be like, yeah, I don't really see it. Like what, like we was talking about, capping. Like how is capping, like what's the connection to lying? Like, capping was
So you putting something extra on it.
Capping was shooting when
Yeah. If you got yeah. Busting capping. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Oh snap.
Now when they say no cap, what's that? Like y'all ready to fight or something? Like what's it?
It's like, oh snap. Yeah. That's that sauce. Putting sauce on it, slicing it extra, you know what I mean? Like juicing it up.
So you,
or straight up lying.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't I don't know.
They had the young, I got up on I'm hip. You definitely heard I'm hip.
Hip?
I'm hip. As in somebody saying I'm hip.
Yeah, that's old school though.
Okay, what about I'm sharp?
I'm sharp?
Yep.
Like your clothes is sharp?
No, same thing. I'm sharp.
That's what hip means now?
That's another form of using, like you saying, using sharp in a way that it's not, you know what I mean? It's not like, because the old school was sharp, like your clothes are sharp, right?
Yeah,
I'm sharp as I'm hip. I'm up on day. I'm up to speed.
Yeah, your crease was sharp and all that. You know what I'm saying? That's what
Yes, sir. Yeah. Nah, I'm sharp. I'm hip. I'm sharp. I'm up to speed on what's going on. So, like, if you try and tell me something, I'm hip. I'm sharp. I already know.
Yeah, but so these is the these are the things. Look, that's another group of people, man. You know what I'm saying? Probably the most important group of people. You know what I'm saying? Who is we're gonna have to get y'all into shape because y'all don't see what's happening. It's clear that they don't see what's happening because they going back into things that's like, yo, son, we already tried that. You know what I'm saying? Like right as, everything is kind of calming down, you know what I'm saying? The drugs was going away. They brought them right back. You understand what I'm saying? The brothers killing each other and shit. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people start seeing that, all right, this is not the way to go. Right when they start talking about, you know what, we're gonna close down some of the jails. The stuff they doing is gonna cause them to say, yo, you know what? Never mind. Was at the school with gray corduroy pants. You must be talking about way back. I just seen some pictures. I seen some pictures, man. Yo, I seen one of them pictures that was it was like, damn, son. Like, I'm talking about some movie shit where in that picture, I would say I probably was about, let me see, I probably was about 18, 19, probably not even and shit.
Mm.
And yo, son,
You had the Roy's?
like half of the people in the picture, son, is gone.
Oh,
Yeah, it was like if we would have made a movie, like when I looked at this shit, it was like, yo, son, if you just told a story of everybody that's in this picture right here, and we did a movie and shit, yeah, saying shit would be a blockbuster.
wow. Mm.
You know what I'm saying?
Oh, that's the new slang. I mean, well, I don't know if it's new. That. Well, you just hit on and it's a movie.
Oh, you know something? I was going to talk about that. I was going to talk about that on Wednesday.
Mm.
All I saw was the trailer. You talking about American Skin?
No, I'm just saying the saying of it was a movie or it's a movie.
Oh yeah.
Like
yeah.
you just said, it would be a blockbuster though. You know the saying now is a movie.
Yeah, but yeah, that movie. There's a trailer out. You know what I'm saying? Everybody,
American who?
American Skin.
Skin. Okay.
Yeah. It's a movie. I know Spike Lee is involved. What's the dude's name? The dude that made he made the Birth of a Nation, but the new one, not the one from the 1920s.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's involved. You know what I'm saying? It's check out the what's in it. It's a trailer out for it now. If you Google American Skin, and then we build on that on Wednesday.
It's like a in the movies type thing, or it hasn't come out yet.
Yeah, it hasn't come out yet. But that trailer is out.
Well, somebody got the
Yeah. Wordsmith said they got a movie coming out on Fred Hampton too. I mean, what's your thoughts on that? You know what I'm saying? Because just like I was saying with that article
to watch
where they was talking about the article where they was talking about the the racial climate in America and just the terms that they was putting it in and the things that they were saying about it, and you like, a movie like this, or an article like that, and the way they were speaking about it, So, it's on HBO Max. So, King, you already saw this movie, American Skin. But yeah, movie about Fred Hampton, this type of movie, you know what I'm saying? Them putting these types of things out right now, for me, that's the type of thing it makes me wonder, like, all right, what's behind this? You know what I'm saying? Is this like a sign that brothers in Hollywood is getting in a better position? Could be that brothers in Hollywood is getting in a better position where they're able to tell some stories that they might not have been able to tell 10 years ago, the type of thing that John Singleton might have wanted to do more of, he wasn't allowed to do that. Now you see these type of movies coming out. Yeah, Nate Parker, that's the other brother that's involved with this American Skin movie that made the Birth of a Nation movie too. You know what I'm saying? Is it that? Or is this some type of propaganda here? You know what I'm saying? Is some type of idea being placed out there amongst the people. District 120 said, wonder if that's also the reason they end up in front of Vlad TV. Who ends up in front of Vlad TV? I thought didn't Vlad get canceled or something? I never really liked Vlad.
I was watching the interviews for a little bit until the controversy, and I was like, all right, I'm gonna go ahead and punch the subscribe button and unsubscribe, man. Fuck, you know what I mean? Fuck it. I'll watch something else.
Kind of seen it from the beginning, but I saw it more from a music standpoint. That because at first he still was calling himself DJ Vlad. You know what I'm saying? And so, my thing is like, yo, you know what I'm saying? If you a DJ and all you do is talk, when we supposed to hear the music?
Dog it. Oh,
you know what I'm saying? So just from that standpoint, I didn't like when Judas and the Black Messiah. Oh, this is the Fred Hampton movie.
Oh yeah, I typed that in the chat a few days ago. I said I said that I wanted to see. I just typed it in there to see, Yeah. DJ, right? DJ, he's mixing something else up.
And I started noticing that it's like, yo, you know what I'm saying? It was I could already see certain things coming down the pipe where it's like, yo, even when you have an artist on there, you don't have them on there about their music. You got them on there about something else that's, happening. So I can see how that was not good for hip hop. You know what I'm saying? And so, I've been not really liking them. You understand what I'm saying? But I guess it took what it took for everybody else to see it.
Yep, to see it. Yeah, that's right.
But what's going on with Vlad though? District 120. You said ex-drug dealers, big bosses, gang members end up on Vlad. I'm saying what you saying is the reason. Yeah, you're right about that, 793rd. Is that, people go on there and they say things voluntarily. I do think, I think one thing that's going to hurt him more than the cancel culture thing is that I think the thing that's going to hurt him the most is that case came out where they using stuff that people said on his show against him in the court of law. I think that is going to have an impact. Yeah, VC Rum, he did. He used to make mixtapes. That's where I first knew his name from. So when I saw him have the show or whatever, that's what I'm thinking that, it's going to be something about music. But then when I seen it wasn't, it was like, nah, it's not really for me. You know what I'm saying? Because, see, you can put these things out there, you know what I'm saying? See, a person who lacks understanding, right? Understanding means to see. A person who lacks understanding can't see the whole picture. Sometimes they could see a part of the picture. Yeah, I know what you mean, VC Rum. They can see a part of the picture. So what happens is, when you're dealing with the youth, right? And the youth is people that they still growing and they understanding is still developing, so they can't see the whole picture of a lot of things. They can't see that, if you try to live this idea out, man, how it's going to end up. They can't see all the way to 9. And so what happens is, in a lot of these situations, people don't see the bad part, they just see the good part. You understand what I'm saying? Like, you just see that, the person had the car, had rims, they had the jury, they had this, they had that. But you don't see that the person got, they did 35 years in jail by the time they came out. You understand what I'm saying? Like, remember in the movie Juice, when they was watching the movie in the living room, it was the gangster movie, and at the end of the movie, Tupac jumps up and says, "Yo, man, that was a dope movie. We gotta be just like that dude." And everybody else is like, "What you talking about, man? The dude got killed." And then Tupac character was like, "Yeah, but he was gangster though." See, he didn't see that. He didn't see the end of it. That didn't register. He looked right at it, but he didn't see it. So that's the same thing. That's the other side of what I'm saying about these stories. If people not careful about the way they see them, right, you could just breed more of that.
Mm.
See, just like, look, the people in my generation, when they looked at Scarface, the end of the movie didn't register to them. All they saw was all that money that was being made. So, I wonder about, what kind of impact that's going to have long term. Like in the short term, you can already see that it's been negative. Free to Be Me said these movies are stimulating the emotions with these movies, keep showing how they destroyed us, but won't compensate us. That would be an interesting movie. You think they would allow that type of movie to be made? You think they'll allow that type of movie, a movie where we got reparations? How would a movie like that go? Would it be a comedy? Would it be a action adventure? Drama?
You said a movie that got what, G?
A movie where we got reparations.
A movie where we got it.
What kind of movie would that be?
Oh, you said comedy. God darn.
I mean, so far we've seen, look, it was on Chappelle's show, it was a comedy.
With Rich Jump.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Would it be a drama? Would it be a war movie?
Ooh, now you're talking. Okay.
What kind of movie? What kind of backdrop would there be for that movie?
All right. So what you considering? What are you considering? You sitting now and now. Ooh, I got 2 questions. What are you considering reparations? And when you saying we got like how was it obtained?
That's another good question right there. That's another good question.
Mm.
How would what would be the mechanism by which we got it in the movie? But What was the first question again?
What is reparations? What is it that we're trying to get?
Reparations. You know, it's one of them things that I mean, I've heard of people. It's a dude, Sandy Darity, I think. That he's like calculated it. You know what I mean? As you know, such and such trillion. But even he said that number was like lowballed because you know, you kind of got to be realistic. You know what I mean? Meaning that they could never really give us what was the real amount.
Life is, I mean, yeah. How much value you putting on that?
You know what I'm saying? You know, you know the difficult thing about calculating it, right?
Calculating the reparations.
Yeah, is that if we take only money, right? Then we still talking about something that's limited. You know what I'm saying?
Talking about paper bills or whatever form or any form, like into these new forms. Also, you included?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because you know, ultimately, it's still manipulatable. Like personally, for me, look, I would rather take some kind of resources.
Resources.
Yeah. I would rather take some type of land, like, look, give me this land right here. Give me this land right here where I could do something with it. You know, give me this land where it's rich in iron ore or, you know, something that I can, you know, we can mine this and build factories. You know what I'm saying? You know, if you just take money, to me, that's kind of like when they say, give a man a fish, feed him for a day. You know what I'm saying? Teach a man to fish, feed him for a lifetime. Don't get me wrong, the money could be used, you know what I'm saying, to acquire resources. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
I think that would be, you know what I'm saying? Because especially when you deal with just the money, right?
Yeah.
It ends up being like the stimulus check.
You got to do so. You get to choose what you do with it.
It's not just that, but for most people, right? They give you $600. The life that we living out here, we in more than the deficit. Most people
Okay.
More of a deficit than $600. I'm saying there's certain things that you're doing without in life right now, right? That you forgot that's even a thing. Like, you know how you go in the area and you be like, damn, son, it's like this over here. You know what I'm saying? And they have benefits in their community that you're not even used to. They, you know, I don't know about where everybody's from, but you know how the first time you go around someplace and there's no garbage on the floor. And that shit is bugged out to you because you're so used to living in a city, you know what I'm saying, where it's garbage all over that this is bugged. Like for a New Yorker, when we go places and you can hear like the crickets at nighttime.
That's yeah.
Things that other people take for granted, right? Black people have never had that. Or at least not in the big cities.
There's some. God, you said some words. You said give us, you said take, and then you was like teach. So like dealing with the obtaining part of the reparation, and one of the reparations, one of them that you mentioned was a resource, and the resource was land. So to be given the land, to take the land, or teach people how to, I don't know, with the land. It's probably to do something with the land, be useful with it. But like the obtaining part, It was like, okay, yeah, that's what we want. We want land. Or, we come to the conclusion we want money. How are you going to get it?
Well,
it's a good movie.
Yes, that's it. Yeah, that'll be a movie and a half, But these movies have impact, man. Like for instance, what I'm saying is that suppose if this movie came like Star Trek, like if it gained that type of popularity, where like you got not Star Trek, Star Wars. Where you got people that live their life, like you got people that walk around with Darth Vader costume on, and that's what they do. Just like you got people that walk around looking like Elvis right now.
Okay. Woo. Yeah, that's real. That's real.
Like suppose if this movie picked up a type of fan base like that.
Woo.
You know what I'm saying? The problem is
character.
The way I look at it, and this is a cynical way of looking at it, but it's one of them things where if you talking about survival.
Okay, yes.
Yeah. Colored man, like in order to give this stuff up, how they gonna survive?
Give it up as in willingly?
Yeah, because remember the colored man society has never thrived, right, without the imperialization.
Doing it that way.
That's the big thing about Alexander the Greek, is that he went out and conquered other lands. Like if you notice, right, Greece and Rome is supposed to be the two. These are the two, big civilizations for the West.
Yeah.
Why they ain't got no money now? Why they on the bottom of the barrel now? Because they never really had nothing. Everything that they had is what they acquired by conquering other.
The way they did it.
The riches of Rome did not come from Gaul. They got slaves and stuff over there, but they got the riches from Northern Africa when they went down there to do trading, first of all, the Mediterranean and all that, but when they conquered Carthage and got access to all of the riches that was in their empire.
And now they on. Or was on.
Yeah. Alexander the Greek, when he conquered Egypt, right, and all that other area in the Middle East, that's where their riches came from. So what I'm saying is, if they give up those resources, then what's going to happen?
As in they no longer have them at all, or they are required to share?
Deal in equality now.
Oh, yeah. That's where it's at.
See, because that's it. Look, if somebody else got a resource that you want, right? Mm-hmm. It's two basic things you could do. It's three basic things you could do.
You got it. I want it.
You can ask them for some of it, right? You can do fair exchange with them for it, or you can take it.
Yep. Okay.
You see what I'm saying?
All right.
The European way of dealing with things up to now has been to take it.
Take it. Yeah, the movie. a couple of them jumps. Yeah, yeah. Take it. It's mine. Conquering. Yeah, yeah. And dividing while doing it. So like, yeah.
Yeah. So see, and look, right now they set up a situation where they don't have to they don't have to do either one of the three because of the way they got the economy set up.
Have to take. What you mean? Don't have to take? Okay. Well, taking it is a part of the way the economy is set up, right? Like, taxes or something like that.
Yeah, at the end of the day, but I'm saying like just the way when you look at the deals,
not forcefully.
Right. See, when you look at the deals that they have right now with their former colonies.
Yeah.
Deals that France got with all their former colonies, they still get money.
That's still a reality. That's true. Woo.
So they still not dealing with a fair exchange. I'm saying that if we
colonize them,
now we can be producers.
Mm-hmm.
You understand what I'm saying? Like, see, even when we deal with business, right? We mostly at the retail end.
Mm-hmm. Consuming.
Yeah. No matter what business it is, look, even in the street with drugs, we at the retail end. When it comes to producing stuff, you got the land, right? With the stuff, if you getting the oil, if you growing crops, if you whatever is the resource that's in the ground, you got to get that out.
Yeah.
Right. Then you got to process that into a useful thing. Like you get iron ore out of the ground, but then you still got to make it into iron.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Then you got the manufacturing process, right? Where they take this thing that's been refined into a useful resource. So now you turn that iron, steel into a car, right? And then of course you got the
utensils, whatever.
Right. You got the distribution. You know what I'm saying? Meaning that those cars got to be able to travel from whatever plant to whatever place, right?
Yeah, whoever needs it.
Right. Then you got the wholesalers, right?
Oh, who's selling it first? Okay, yeah. Before even
wholesalers, and then you got the retailers.
Whew. Yeah, that's a little trip.
You see, for Black people, we mostly on the retail end of everything.
Oh, we at the end of all that.
Yeah. See, we got to start taking up the other spaces. That's why I said, for me, it would be more of a long-term goal. You see what I'm saying? Well, that's the way I would be looking at it. If you're saying, what do I want for my reparations?
Mm-hmm.
Like, yeah, you can give me a little bit of cheese. You understand what I'm saying? I can use that. But at the same time, I would rather have the resources. You know what I'm saying? I'd rather have some useful land. You know what I'm saying? Like, don't get me wrong. Don't give me 40 acres in the Grand Canyon.
Yeah, you wouldn't turn it into Vegas. I mean, not necessarily Vegas, but
I mean, it's possible, but I'd rather something that produces. See, like Vegas is not a necessity.
No, not Vegas. Not that was just a desert, and then something's there now.
I want something that produces a necessity.
Produces something that people need. Yeah, so keep going.
You know what I mean? Like I want to be able to look. I want to be able to make something like toilet paper.
Okay.
You can't mess with toilet paper.
You
understand what I'm saying? And or even if you got enough, right, where you can say, okay, we could build a community.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Of people that have all types of skills where people can work together that is gonna do more than money. Like, this is this is a new day and time right now with sports players. You know what I'm saying? But I recall hearing Isaiah Thomas tell a story about how he was in the league for like 5 years before he could buy his mom's a house.
5 years? Woo!
You know what I'm saying?
Man, yeah.
What I'm saying that to say is that, if like, what's the reparations, like how much money is each person going to receive? Like, if you give a family in the projects that, they living in the projects with 2 or 3 generations of the family in there, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you get them, what, $1 million? What is that going to do?
For all 3 of the generations?
Right, that's what I'm getting. Or even if they get $1 million a piece, what is that really going to do? I'm talking about in today's money, in 2020 money. What is that going to do?
You gotta know what to do with it, man. Like it's still settling for less. Like, I mean, that's also given. Like, okay, somebody has it and they give it to, nah, it's just crumbs.
I'm just saying that, look, by the time they get everybody's health where they supposed to have it,
Okay.
by the time they get proper living quarters for everybody, by the time they pay for some type of education so that the next generation, you know what I'm saying, don't have to live in that condition. That's what I'm saying. That's the thing that I'm talking about. If it's not used to repair ourselves,
It's gonna be wasted again.
yeah, we didn't do our part of the reparations. You know what I'm saying? It's like when you ever know someone who they crashed their car and the people sent them the check, but they did something else with the money.
Oh, yeah, I learned the hard way with that one.
You understand what I'm saying? The money wasn't for the repairs because you had some other situation that came up and shit. So that's what I'm saying. Is that for me, it's got to be something where I'm saying, look, I want the clock reset 1,000 years. Like, let's reset the clock back 1,000 years, right? So this is before they came to Africa. This is before they came to America, before they came to Australia. And then look, now when you come, yeah, we got guns too. Yo, guess what? You got to deal with us equally. You gotta. What you came over here for? All right, this our price. See, now they come asking for the stuff and dictate the price. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. I heard somebody building on that musically the other day.
The money can still be manipulated, meaning they could give you the money and then the next day the stock market crash.
That tight. That's what I said. Yeah, paper money or yeah. You said resources.
If the stock market crashed the next day, then what good was that they gave you the money?
There go that swindle.
You know what I'm saying? But see, the resources, that can't happen. Like, yeah, the price may go down for a minute, but it's toilet paper, son. You need it.
Okay, so would you say the same thing for bottled water? Or I mean,
Yeah. If you gave me some land where, this had a purified stream right here, where, that in and of itself is a resource. Ask the brothers in Flint, Michigan.
It's very easy to see.
See, right now, do you think they would rather have this infinite source of pure water, or you think they'd rather have the bottled water that they keep shipping into them? Because that's the last I see. Shipping bottled water all the time now.
No. You want your own. You want to be able to get your own.
Right. You want the resource. You understand what I'm saying? Because that's what's really going to repair the condition. You know what I'm saying? Like, all that other stuff, that's stuff that they created from the resource of the land in our labor.
And it cause you to rely on it after that.
See, like we was talking about the other night, you know what I'm saying? When, you get a loan, right? And then you got to pay the person back interest. The person is monetizing your labor because you got to go work for that interest. You understand what I'm saying?
They put a price on, yeah.
So this is the same thing they've done. They've monetized all our labor, but then they collected all the money.
Yeah, that's what I was saying with taxes and all that. Yeah.
Free to Be Me says China owns the Grand Canyon. Is this? Would you learn that?
Peace. How you doing?
Good.
How's
Yes,
China,
please.
China owns the Grand Canyon? Is anyone else? Right, Free to Be Me brought up utilities. That's the type of thing what I'm saying. Well, we dealing with producing things, you know what I'm saying, whether it's a farm, these is the things, I'm gonna tell you something. And I was guilty of that too. That for years, I hated Booker T. Washington. Because I always felt that he was selling black people short to say that, we should just be janitors and these type of service workers. But I didn't understand his whole plan, what he was saying. That you gotta fake it till you make it. Right now, we gotta get in where we fit in until we can build what we gotta build. You know what I'm saying? Because otherwise, we still, that's not, see, us having our own resources is something that has the power to destroy white supremacy. You understand what I'm saying? Us having a whole lot of money is not necessarily going to do that. You said who? A God? Talking about the God up in the peak? I never heard these things. Let me try to look that up. Might have to bring up a screen.
I thought about something you said too, God, when you was dealing with the how to hold a cipher and whatnot. And I think it was a point where somebody might have stepped in or came out or was about to step in, and you were mentioning something about, knowing who's around you and how it should take place.
Say it again?
You were dealing with infiltration before, earlier.
The infiltration.
Yeah, like being infiltrated or, in some type of way, so whatever, it's a group, organization, whatever, cipher, somebody stepping in between you and whoever it is and whatnot, so like you have whoever's on your team is who's out here, but you got to get them up to speed and have to be, they have to have an understanding of, who's around you. So not to be infiltrated.
Mm-hmm.
And I was just thinking about that when it was something you was dealing with how to hold a cipher. And I was thinking either somebody stepped out of the cipher. And so like in the case, of a circle, if somebody steps out of it, then there's a space left and to close that gap. I think you was talking about closing the gap.
Mm-hmm.
something like that. And that's how I was relating it to, you know, what you were saying as far as not necessarily just them in particular, whoever was at the cipher and whatnot, but those that we're building with or teaching, you know, getting them up to speed as far as, you know, not being it, how not to be infiltrated.
Mm-hmm. I mean, when you look at the flow of the lessons, that's how it goes. You know what I'm saying? Like when you look at the first, 33 degrees, right, in the 140. This is basically, you know, you're starting out from the beginning, right, of, you know, the Bible, Quran, or history as they deal with it, you know what I'm saying, in that degree, you know what I'm saying, and the original man being the foundation of all of it. You know what I'm saying? Up to the 33rd degree is pretty much telling you the situation. You know what I'm saying? Like you already dealt with the 1 of 14 and 1 of 36, which is a lot of the history of the interaction between the original man and the colored man. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Then the 1 of 40 tells you a lot about the science. You know what I'm saying? The science of why that happened.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Then when you get to 34, it's pretty much like, okay, we dealt with all that. You know what the situation is. Now it's time to get down to the business. You understand what I'm saying? Only those who truly understand, you know what I'm saying, is now, you know, you prepared to take the devil off your planet.
You said appeared?
You prepared.
You are prepared. Yeah. I see it. Yep. Uh-huh.
You see what I'm saying? Like now you know all the signs. You know about
you can do it.
The history of who we are, where we from, the history of them, where they from. You know what I'm saying? The history of them coming amongst us, all the different ways that we've been made blind, deaf, and dumb, the different ways that we search for we search for the mystery God for trillions of years.
The remedy, answers, yeah, solution.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, so now when you get down to those degrees, those nitty-gritty, you know, devil civilization expired in 1914. You understand what I'm saying? You start getting to, you know, what will be your rewards in regards to destruction of the devil. You know what I'm saying? But everybody has got to be on point, you know what I'm saying? First of all, from an educational standpoint. You know what I'm saying? Just in terms of, you know, knowing how not to get fooled.
Knowledge.
You know what I'm saying? You know, elevating, you know, one of the things we got to do that is elevate certain people back up to their hero status. You understand what I'm saying? Where we can, you know, we don't, you know, we not worshiping them, but we can acknowledge the things that they done, the things that they did, right? And we can learn, right, from the things that they did wrong.
Yeah. Instead of just not dealing with it at all.
Right, that's what's happening. You know what I'm saying? Or, you know, we find ourselves, you know, dealing with things that is a good inspirational story of other people and, you know, how they mastered the equality when they part of the planet and they you know what I'm saying? So, you know, the Buddhists and the Taoists, you know what I'm saying, and all these different people who you know, they were successful in their time in building their civilizations. And it is things that we can learn from them. But the solutions that they did, right, the solutions that they came up with, they wasn't dealing with the American government. They wasn't dealing,
yeah.
They wasn't dealing with USA Corp.
Wasn't established then.
Yeah, so that means that there's certain things that we got to do right now in this day and time, of course, using the blueprints that already came down to us through history. But we can't get caught up in their time, just like we can't get caught up in our time.
Yeah, in our own time. Yeah, that's right. That's right. And everything that's going, because there's plenty going on, and there's going to be plenty to continue to go on. Yeah.
See, it's a lot of people that, you know, and see, that's something else that happened in the 60s. You know, in terms of consumerism, right, which has a large impact on what goes on in America, right?
Mm-hmm.
At first, you know, one of the first major targets of the consumerism was women.
I can see that.
The problem was dudes wasn't really buying shit. Like dudes, like if they bought some boots, they used to wear them till they was worn out. You understand what I'm saying? But they realized that if we market things to wisdoms, to women on the, you know, the style of it and the, you know, the look of it and the smell of it and all these different things, right? That don't really have nothing to do with the function of the thing.
Oh.
You understand what I'm saying? You know, it's some other characteristic about it. You know, but see, when they really hit a great mark is when they started marketing the kind of the youth culture. You understand what I'm saying? So we just exist in a time right now where, you know, when do you become an old head? Like 28?
Man, gee, when do you? I was trying to be an old head in high school, like in 12th grade. But actually.
When do the people in high school start calling you an old head though? Like
now that happened. Yeah, me working in there. Shoot, I was like 23, 24.
Yeah,
you old as shit. You old as shit. You old as dirt, huh?
That's because they exist in a youth culture. You understand what I'm saying? And so everything is flipped now to where if you a youth, you're supposed to know everything now.
Woo.
Like you want some new and improved knowledge and wisdom that, you know, the old heads, they don't. Yeah, they know what we dealing with, man. You know, everything that y'all dealing with is barbaric.
That's the youth. You said, all right, every generation has the youth culture, but you saying that's what you see the youth culture is now, is on some I know it all type stuff, or already know?
The person before, right, it was older people that was revered.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? To be an older person, right, was, you know, to hold a position of respect.
Mm-hmm.
You understand what I'm saying? But now to be an older person, you know what I'm saying, is to you know, the same level of respect that just comes from having the experience, just the respect of, you know, look, you done seen, at the very least, you done seen some things go wrong.
Yeah, you anybody been treated like you anybody out this jump.
Right. So now the younger generation is coming to you to say, yo, you know, what's the deal? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you know, I got this situation right here going on. What you think?
Oh, yo.
You understand what I'm saying?
You mean like talking to an older adult?
Right.
And that wouldn't have happened before.
Right. See, now if you try to tell a younger person something, they like, yo, man, you just an old head, man. You just a hater.
Nah, I listen to old heads. That's why I carry it the way I carry it, because I had old heads around me. Like,
But see,
man, they had the ability to reach me. So it's like, but I still listen though.
but see, starting with the 60s, when they had the counterculture movement, right? You know, and that's when you start seeing, you know, like
Counterculture.
you had a few movies, and don't get me wrong, you had like the Little Rascals and stuff like that.
Okay.
Back in like the 40s and the 50s, and you look at the early movies, they're not making movies about teenagers.
Okay.
I mean, movies you seen, like the black and white movies, where the main characters is teenagers.
It's rare. A fantasy one that first came to my mind was the Dorothy joke.
Dorothy. Oh yeah, right. That's, you know, but even
fantasy though.
Fantasy.
I mean, off the how, you know, what the story was. It wasn't, you know, some old real deal. Like, yeah, it was the, you know.
And even that movie though, it wasn't. It was a children's book and everything. But I'm saying, like, you know, she's not around all other kids. You know what I'm saying?
Nope. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. When you start to get to the point where you got stars like James Dean, you know what I'm saying? This is when they start marketing everything towards this youth culture. You know what I'm saying? Where, like, even if you look at recording artists, right, in the 40s, 50s, like Duke Ellington and them, they was grown men. I'm not saying they wasn't making music from when they was kids.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? But who's the Michael Jackson from then? Sammy Davis Jr. Sammy Davis Jr. was around since he was a kid, but it wasn't, you know, like right now.
A lot.
If you don't make a hit record by 25, you know what I'm saying? You pretty much, you know, you done, you know, if you trying to be in the mainstream now.
According to society and the culture, you've caught, yeah.
Right, that's what I'm saying. It wasn't always like that. You see what I'm saying?
Limits. Just putting a cap on things. Yeah, that's limited.
Yeah, that's a certain culture that they put out there. You know what I'm saying? And you know, it's not good. See, a lot of things, you know, and you got to do that. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying that's wrong. A lot of things we look at it only in terms of our culture, because this is what's right in front of us. This is what's right in our face. But this is what's going on in the whole of society, meaning in the mainstream too, and in all pockets. You know what I'm saying? Just like you said, you know, now, and you know, that was unheard of. You know what I'm saying? For you to be 9 years old and be talking loose.
It wasn't no regular.
I wasn't, you know.
It might be one kid, yeah, that, you know what I mean? If you called him bad, he had a bad kid, or that, yeah, he did it, but or they did it, but.
And that kid was in a particular situation.
That's true. That's very true.
Somebody that, you know, he's like in a foster home or something, you know, he's really around, you know, and you're not going back past a certain amount of generations and doing that like that. Like if you're around somebody that was born before 1940, and you think you're gonna be talking back, you ain't gonna make it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, see, so my mom's was 45 and my dad was 50. So yeah, that's my grandpeople. So nah, you better stop playing.
Yeah, you ain't that's not about to happen, man. Like they from a whole other you know, because that's how it was. Everything was about
Parcel, you said everything was about what?
Everything was about respect.
Oh yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? Because wisdom was respected. You know what I'm saying? A person being wise, I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? There was no list. They wasn't making lists of, yo, all the millionaires under 30. Like back then, it was common that you didn't really get that type of money till you got older. So that's the environment, man, that you see. 793rd say youth culture is in their own mind. I mean, the thing that I see that's significant in Rock Bottom, why I brought it up, is that it causes a disconnect. You know what I'm saying? It causes a disconnect where those people, those people like they not our people, but I'm saying the young, it's harder for them to be brought up to speed because they don't understand or respect the experiences of the people that came before them. Yes. Like, see, even for me, I recall, like, when I used to see, the bull kind of stuff, the Edmund Pettus Bridge, where you see they sicking dogs on people and spraying them with fire hoses and all of that. I used to look at those people as just stupid.
Who, the ones that was getting bit?
Yeah. Like, why you standing there going for that? Like, why y'all popping off?
Yeah, the way it was, the approach they took.
Because the youth culture was already starting. The youth culture was already starting then. Like I said, it started like in the 60s, really. Maybe the late 50s, but by the time I'm coming along, I don't really understand this experience right here. Like, I don't understand the mindset. I've been around Jim Crow, but not, the worst aspects. You understand what I'm saying? Like, I've never been afraid of these people.
Yeah. From the mind off the break, yeah.
Right. I've seen other people be afraid of them, but I can't understand why you might be afraid of them. You know what I'm saying? Like, when you talking about people who, like, I didn't understand, for instance, when they were saying how when Joe Louis won the heavyweight championship, how like this was like he struck a blow for all original people. I didn't really understand that because who Jerry Cooney, Jerry Cooney was like the only white heavyweight contender. So to me, like, what you talking about, man? Black people friend boxing.
You already know, yeah, like.
Because I didn't understand the experience, right, of what they was dealing with, but I wasn't living in a culture that kind of it kind of celebrated that inexperience. You know what I'm saying?
You said you wasn't living in the culture that celebrated the inexperience?
Yeah. See, right now they living in a culture that celebrates the inexperience.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Oh.
That's why I look. You can have people that's grown people that's like, yeah, I fucked up, but I'm young, and young people make mistakes. Like, this shit is a virtue.
Yeah. On some go dumb. That's that go dumb culture.
Yeah. That's why,
go dumb.
People doing all this crazy stuff that's detrimental to them and everybody around them.
Around them.
You understand what I'm saying? And to them, that's like a virtue. See, once upon a time, that was a sign that you didn't listen. You never heeded none of the lessons that, people try to teach you. Lord Omni Divine. See, just like, look, we live in a time right now, right, where going to jail is a virtue.
Okay, yeah, I see that, right.
You know what I'm saying? you know, once upon a time, that was something that, you know, people ain't really say that. Like the family, you know, that they wouldn't mention that. Like you had to ask them, like, yo, where's this person? Oh yeah, they locked up. You know?
Just like that too. The voice changed too. Like
yeah, they, you know, now dude come, yeah, no doubt, son, because I was upstate, man. Y'all been, oh, you never been upstate, son?
Oh.
Like that's like it's a virtue, son. You know what I mean? Like to come in, you know, especially like certain realms. You know what I'm saying? Like right now, if you're not a gang member, you're probably not going to be too successful if you're a young rapper right now. These is the things. See, this is what could become celebrated in a youth culture. That, you know what I'm saying? That's, you know, these things are celebrated.
You yeah, this youngin does comedy on IG. And he was talking about hiring for street dudes.
Yeah, 793rd brought up something right here where he says more of a celebration than graduation. And that's the point. You know, all the time you see people partying, yo, we having this party, yo, my man just came
home.
Boom, boom, boom. When's the last time you seen a rapper on his Instagram, like, yeah, son, we about to go party. My little cousin just graduated from high school. We about to go turn up. You know what I'm saying? You know, it's certain things that you know, we in a culture, especially in particular in our community, you know, I can't speak so much, but you know, where death, hell, and destruction is celebrated. One magnetic said it almost guarantees wisdom before knowledge. Indeed, you know, it definitely guarantees less understanding. You know what I'm saying? You know, because you're gonna continue to repeat the history instead of renewing it. Because you don't know the history. You don't know what it's about. You know, you're gonna always be caught up, right, in 1,037 and a third miles per hour. You're gonna stay caught up in the gravitation and never being able to rise above 6.
That's a terrific speed. That's fast, and gravitation is heavy.
Graduation parties just became a thing in the pandemic era. In 91, it wasn't none for years afterwards. I mean, yeah, you know, I don't generally see it, you know, it's not advertised as much. You know what I'm saying? But you gotta realize that we also living in a time where it don't mean as much. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, the young of today, right, is not coming out of the house in the same, you know, with the same opportunities. Like it's not the affirmative action era, you know what I'm saying, where it's all these jobs around for them. You know what I'm saying? It's not, you know, even in the street, it's not the drug era, you know, where, you know, anybody could go outside and make thousands of dollars. You know, people graduate from college and, you know, they still in the same boat.
Mm-hmm.
And so there's, like I said, there's an incentive out there that's all a part of that culture where what you get paid for now, you get paid to make a fool out of yourself. Like that like look, even with Trump and his Twitter stuff, that's gonna get more burn, that's gonna get more press, that's gonna elevate you more, right? Than somebody that gets on there saying everything that's right.
Yeah, right. Counterculture.
And right now, you know, the people that you see on TV, they not there because, you know, they studied this thing. You know, you went to acting classes and you went to drama school. You know, you got a degree in communication, and you know, you took singing lessons and dance lessons, and you got all these different skills. So now you can go act in a Broadway play. You know, you could go on TV. You could do it. That's not why people is getting paid. They getting paid to go in there and make a fool out of themselves. And so, of course, if once you get a certain age, you less likely to make a fool out of yourself. You're not who they looking for.
Yeah.
But that right there, you know, that's another obstacle. That's another obstacle that we gotta cross in order to improve our situation.
I would say, you know, as far as the youth's concerned, you got to still continue to keep that cap on, you know, not just social media, but any technology device, you know, because I remember folks still monitoring. This might have been one after the other, but monitoring what I was watching on television. You know what I mean? Like, oh no, you can't watch that yet. You still can't watch that. You know?
I think the cat is out the bag on that. I think it's just a thing where they gotta be taught to use. They gotta be taught to use technology instead of technology using them. You know what I'm saying? Right now, they being used by the technology, where anybody who wants to do any type of advertising or get any type of idea out there, they could do that through the internet, and they can manipulate people's ideas and, you know, what people see as understanding. They can manipulate all of that.
That's what's happening at, yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? Instead of you know, us using the internet. You know what I'm saying? It's one of them things where, you know, you can make the money or the money can make you. You understand what I'm saying? You know, it's some people that go and work on the job and some people where the job is working them, saying. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, right. Diamond?
No,
my bad. Sorry, I just thought about something.
It's the same kind of thing. You know what I'm saying? Where they got to be taught to use this technology for their benefit a little bit more. You know what I'm saying? Like they use it now, but the things that you know, like somebody was saying that the way they've used psychology to build these different sites. You know what I'm saying? In terms of you know, activating your reward centers in your brain or whatever. You know, so people get on there and they do things to get likes. And the more outrageous things you do, the more likes
you get.
People get more and more and more outrageous. You know what I'm saying?
Whole lot of, I keep thinking, you said something about somebody earlier, and the same person keep coming back to mind, running around doing a whole lot of dumb stuff.
Yeah.
Dumb gang doing a whole lot of dumb stuff.
Yeah. See, they not using it, for instance, to network. And I'm not saying none of them is doing it. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, they using it to reach out. Like, you know, you got gang members over here that they'll get on there and they, you know, doing videos with gang members from over there. but they not doing it on no business level to say, all right, yo, you over there, like what kind of resources y'all got over there? Like y'all got those? Yo, you know something? We don't even have those over here. How much those cost over there? $1? Yo, why don't you send me 100 of those? I'm gonna sell them for $3 over here. See, now you using the internet. See, right now you get on there and you just another statistic. You just another statistic for Facebook or another statistic for Instagram. Like, you know what I always wondered? Because I see them doing like, because I ask a lot of kids that, like, yo, how come you don't want to get into making these games? Like, as much as you play this game, you would have to be an expert in what people want to see in these games. But I've never, met a kid that was like, yeah, son, that's a good idea.
Just drop it, Joe. The hell?
What's this right here? 793 says somebody shot a commercial video clip, something major, at my old high school a few weeks back, and like 100 or 200 staff out there, custom buses and all that came and went in a few hours. Industry bigger than the interwebs. Afternoon to early evening, moved through like a real mob. Oh, you said Sugar Hill Records, kids? I mean, we'll see what happens. But we got any questions? Any questions in the room? Yeah, making apps and all of this stuff. Yeah, the kids, they don't, that's what I try to get kids into. Like, if they're going to be that much into the game.
Yeah, yo, peace, guys. Time to motivate.
All right, no doubt.
All right, peace.
Peace. Hold on, let me throw this link in here one more time. Anybody that might want to come on. Everybody make sure they did the each one, teach one, and hit the like button. King Rona said, if we can make the youth understand that the origin of mathematics, science, chemistry, physics, philosophy, law, government, commercials, trade, architecture, navigation, engineering, etc., all started with the black man. I think they know, Natural Jew. I think they know. I think they don't care because it just it don't have no impact on their life right now. Like, I don't, that type of stuff is not important, because first of all, we don't celebrate people that did those things. Like, even with Obama, right? How many people know what college Obama went to? You know what I'm saying? How many people know that, okay, you might have this rapper and he's a gang member. But all those managers and people behind him, nah, those are people that went to college and got marketing degrees, communications degrees, et cetera, et cetera. How many of them know that? We not celebrating those people. That's one of the reasons why, if you notice, you don't see me doing all that stuff. Like every time somebody famous returns to the essence, and then everybody wants to shout them out. But then a little kid get killed right here in your neighborhood. You don't even think, oh, these kids are crazy. You don't even think about that. So I think it's just to a level where, necessity is a great cause. It's something that there's some levels of reality, right? There's some levels of reality that focus the mind. You know what I'm saying? And right now, a lot of the youth, they exist in virtual reality. But at the end of the day, you gotta just realize that, look, they made out of the same stuff we made out of. And they can see the truth just like we can see the truth. So it's gonna happen. It's just a matter of some form of reality focusing the mind. See, like we seen that a little bit this summer. You know what I'm saying? When you start having, the George Floyd protests start going around the world. And I know with some other aspects to it, where it was commercialized and you had all these other, people piggybacking onto it. But it still focused the mind, of a lot of people. They advertised a lot of the youth, you see them out there, and they taking it to another level of the looting and all that. But there's other youth that they understood. Even my youngest daughter, she wanted to go out to the protests. So it's people out there that see, amongst the youth, but they're not getting in the spotlight. They don't get the views, they don't get the sound bites on the news. Anybody else out there that got a question on this here, the God Day of February? Everybody's all caught up on their lessons. Everyone, Bueller. You know, tomorrow, 7 o'clock, we'll be back in the pocket for the civilization class. That'll be at 6 o'clock. All right. So I guess we did our thing for the day. Like I said, everybody that made it this far, make sure you do the each one teach one, hit the like button. If you're new to the channel, subscribe. Share this on your other pages. It's the sharing, the commenting, the likes. This is what helps everybody to get their alerts. You know, other than that, you know, YouTube doesn't show me much love. So make sure to hit those things. And Supreme Divine, what's the deal? You just getting in. I guess you're gonna have to take it back to the beginning. You know, to see, you know, back to the topic, motivating beyond a terrific speed of 1,037 1/3 miles per hour, and some of the wisdom and understanding that we went through on that. Other than that, I'm gonna be out and say peace. I'll see y'all tomorrow.